What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite, facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Atos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our Global Delivery Center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the planetary defense mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că-ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria, ești mai puternic decât crezi.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Cum reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite? Facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Etos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the planetary defense mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Thank you for that prompt. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's well. Thank you for battling through. Well, the traffic is different this week because the kids are on holiday, of course. So maybe we should send all children to Australia for their education, and then we can have a wonderful time getting to the office and back in. Yeah, not a good idea, Colin. But thank you very much for being here. My name's Colin Lovering. I've got a few job titles. I'm chairman with or chair, as I should say, with the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce. I'm the coach and business advisor with the COS team. I'm the global brand ambassador for Carpathian single malt whiskey, which is being launched this evening. So any whiskey lovers in the audience, I hope you'll take time to enjoy that. First of all, I'd like to thank our partners. Of course, these events are not possible without the support of our partners, so I'd like to thank them. Our diamond partner is Vipro. Our platinum partners are NXP Semiconductors and Bosch Romania. Our gold partners are Majorel, Vastint, ACCA, Lovering and Partners. You see, I emphasize Lovering and Partners. Atos, OTP Bank, Cognizant, Softvision, Noor and Rompetrol. Our partners, Regina Maria, Kinstella, Lionhead, Romgas. Our supporting institutions is the British Romanian Chamber of Commerce, the Belgian, Luxembourg, Romanian, Moldovan Chamber of Commerce. There's a chamber who's trying to conquer the world, I think. Cluj IT, Cluster, ADAA, Association for the Development of Local Entrepreneurship. Is it HIM, Public Affairs, SCS, and WAVE. And our media partners, nearly there, is Automotive Today, Outsourcing Today, Financial Intelligence, Economistul, Romania Durabilă, I think, Club Economic, Zero Bursa, and Sustainability Today, a new initiative. Congratulations on that one, Mirella. So I'm going to read a little bit of the script here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, following the past 2 years, unprecedented changes and shifts in the patterns of the workplace for both employees and companies' work experience, this year offered employers of all sizes a chance to take a deeper look on how their organization and teams have adjusted to these changes and shifts in the mindset of work. Hopefully, 2022 managed to turn the challenges into empowered resolutions, or did they? As well as to refine and improve the overall work-related aspects. And if you want all of that in English, it's basically about uncertainty and not knowing. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges for human beings, whether you're waiting at the doctors for the results of a test or uncertainty about your job. future, or maybe the relationship with your boss. All of those things do create uncertainty, stress, anxiety, etc. And our actions to solve these can be, in many ways, short-term, a short-term fix, which can lead to continuous change and uncertainty. And I guess we are seeing that a little bit. We've had a similar conversation 2 years ago, but we're still talking about it. So it is something that's changing a lot. So today we plan a longer vision, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully give you some confidence, insights, and good advice on how we go forward. And we've managed to gather the best minds in the business world, but they couldn't make it, so I've asked these to... No, I'm joking. To be with us. And thank you to all the panelists. We've got 3 sessions today. We're going to start off with CEO Talks, Creating Culture of Inclusive Collaborative Work. And then we're going to take a refreshment break, so there will be time to make that phone call and grab a coffee. Second session is Consolidating a Culture of Connection and Trust, which is a very sort of poignant subject. Diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And when we talk about diversity, and I've already mentioned sustainability, these were subjects that weren't so prominent 4 or 5 years ago, and now becoming more and more important in our lives. And then the final session is about employer strategies to impact customer and employee experience, and the impact of digital working and flexible workspace. Again, a big challenge for many organizations. So that's what we've got for you today. Thank you for being with us. Please, if you have a question, I'll be glancing around to check you're not falling asleep, but if you've got a question, raise your hand and I will come to you. We'll have an opportunity, obviously, at the end of each session to ask some questions as well. Wow, Colin, we can't wait is what you're thinking. I can feel it there. Okay, let me introduce our panel. We do have one person online, which is Daniela Mikushan. Is Daniela with us yet? There she is. Daniela, hey, good morning.
Hello. Good morning, Colin.
How are you?
Hello. Fine, thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. And then this fine array of expertise live on the panel here. We have Antonio Pane, who's the Managing Director for Vastin Romania. Thank you very much for being here, my friend. Gina Cruceru, correct? Okay, Group Human Resources Director for Rompetrol. So a very warm welcome to you. And an old buddy of mine, Mihai Boldejar, the General Manager. This is a man with the longest job title. General Manager, Robert Bosch SRL, and the representative Bosch Group in Romania, Vice President with regional responsibilities. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. I'm going to take a seat next to you, Antonio, so don't get too nervous. And I just want, actually, Gina, I'm going to start with you because we're going to talk about leadership and followership, which is another new word that's sort of come into the workplace, which is really about how we follow the leader, I think, in many ways, and use that leader as a mentor to accelerate our careers, but also be part of the success of the organization. I think I'm getting it. Gina, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. So Gina, leadership and followership. What should be the best current approach, and what impact has each, and how leaders tackle it? Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Thank you very much for the question and for the invitation. Indeed, it's a current discussion on all our minds. Both leadership and followership, they are intertwined, they are interconnected, that cannot live one without the other. From my perspective and experience in the area, I would synthesize in the following. To be a leader means to build a community, means to have followers, means the capacity to not only to create a vision and to establish a mission and to build the necessary infrastructure and the necessary climate in order to reach that vision, but also the capacity of the leader to create the necessary emotions, to take their time to know each individual, to make sure that at the end of the day, somebody is following them. They are not alone in the race. So yes, they are interdependent, and it's very, very important for each of us, the moment when we lead a team, to be aware that our level of the way we grow ourselves, the way we invest in ourselves, the way we act, the way we talk, the way we communicate to others, it's also contributing directly to the level of energy of each of the followers. So even if in our organization, where we have a dynamic workforce, where we have representatives from all the active generations that are currently on the labor market, where we have different culture and nationalities, and we have to accommodate the differences and embrace these differences, include them, it's very important for the leader to be aware of the specificities of each generation, of each nation, of each profession, let's say, and also to take their time to know the person, the individual, so at the end of the day, to know your followers, because they are also contributing to the mission. And the moment you know how to activate the necessary emotions like gratitude, joy, pleasure for the work you do, and so on, then that person, of course, will contribute higher to your vision, and at the end of the day, to the company results.
Okay, and that sounds very nice, and it's a good initiative. Mihai, just coming to you. Gina mentioned emotion. You're a man with emotion and passion, based on this concept of followership. Gina's sort of describing it, the theoretical and in practice with the organisation that she's with. But what about those ones who are not sort of embracing that? Well, what is the challenge for that? And Gina, we'll probably come back to you to answer this question as well. But Mihai, what's the challenge for you, for people who just don't have that desire or long-term thinking to be part of this followership sort of model?
Good morning, Colin. Good morning, the Diplomat. It's lovely to see so many people, first of all. There are so many people here because I think you picked up the right topic, which is about people, which is about human resources. And what would be a company without a human resources? What would be a company without a leadership? What would be a company without a purpose? What would be a company without understanding that people need to be led through a change? We are talking since a couple of years about transformation, about changes. And before answering or tackling your topic, Colin, by the way, it's a pleasure to be on the panel when you're moderating, so thank you. So we have more than 2 years ago, all of us here, we faced something that we were not used to have. We used to have a very nice cooperation. We used to come to the office. We used to have our offices arranged in inspiring working conditions, very nicely, making everything that people should actually enjoy and have fun at work. And all of a sudden, 15th of March 2020, we are actually forced to stay put for a few months. And this changed everything. This pandemic changed everything. The entire paradigm has been changed. We have been forced to work from home. We have everything that we have learned about cooperation, communication was actually demolished, because everybody was actually sitting in front of his laptop and trying to communicate with the others. And all of a sudden, we have been actually caught in a vortex which leads us to a perfect storm later on, because it was not just a pandemic crisis, but it was basically a lot of crises, and now this continues and will last for a while. And then the problem was that at that point in time, if you remember and if you can recall, we were actually invaded with fake news. Nobody knew what is actually a pandemic. Nobody could understand and could accept that people were actually dying, and what is happening, and how are we going to be in the next future, and how are we going to continue our lives? Yeah? This was actually what triggers in the minds of the leaders the question, how are we going to motivate my team? How are we going to inspire my team? Because I'm not looking in their eyes, I'm not talking to the people, I'm looking at a computer. Yeah? How can I? So, and sometimes you have a good network, sometimes you have a poor network, sometimes you have to step out, sometimes you, and so this triggered actually the transformation we are now in, or we are going through, and trying to find the new way of leadership. All of a sudden, as I said, we were actually put on the same level with our associates, with our people. We were actually part of this, I don't know, situation. And the fact that you need to keep the people informed, first of all, because they needed to keep informed, to be informed, to be involved, yeah, because they need to be involved further on in the projects and to deliver as far as they could excellence. They need to be inspired. How can you inspire the people which is sitting at home or whatever and working from a distance? So this abbreviation of KPIs, which is basically key performance indicators, has been transformed in keep people informed, keep people involved, keep people inspired. Yeah? So, and I think the word of the day at that point in time was empathy, to understand the people's needs, to ask what they need to have to perform, if they are okay, and. So it was about basically being more human, more fellowships, right? We so talk about fellowships, and this was basically the change in the way we lead organizations.
Thank you, Mihai, for a great question. A little bit of a therapy session there for you as well. So get that one off your chest.
Exactly.
Yeah. Antonio, just coming to you. Obviously, you're talking to many leaders, and I'm going to come to Daniela afterwards as we sort of cascade down, because definition of leadership is not just the CEO, of course. It can be a leader of a team. But what's been your experiences? I can guess and read your mind that your mission and your encouragement to companies is to try and encourage as many people back into the office because of some of the reasons that Mihai has highlighted there. But what's been your experience with the people within the buildings?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. We are evolving. Humanity is evolving. Now we faced a big challenge with the pandemic and a new one with the war. And as it looks, volatility will be something normal in the next years in many fields. One thing is for sure, each major change in our lives brings the need to adapt, to evolve. And yeah, this new challenge, which was the pandemic, brought, in my opinion, made us stronger. Yes, we need to adapt. Yes, we need to find out how we go further, because working from home, it is a reality still today, but also it is a reality the fact that productivity decreased. companies' profitability decreased. So these are elements that I think part of the management role is to explain to the team. Yes, we get the salaries, but we need to all of us to be involved in the increasing the profitability of the company and keeping it floating in these troubled times. And in this respect, I believe in the shared management, in sharing the worries, and not only the good things, but also the troubled, the issues that we have. And by this, I think we can evolve together with the team, and the companies can step forward into the future. Working from home, yeah, all of us, we experienced. I said that since more than a year now in our conferences, that it sounds good, work from home, but will bring a lot of challenges in families and in companies. I worked from home, I think, 2 weeks or less. And then I said, okay, it's enough, I have to go back to office because after all, we are not born and we are not formed to live in caves. Since we are on this planet, we like to socialize.
Plus you've got a new baby, so that probably made a difference to you.
Yes, no, that was a fantastic experience. Yeah, it came recently. I have a 1-year-old daughter, and yeah.
I want to take, just to interrupt there, I want to take you back to what you said, because we talked at the beginning about things sort of changing, and I remember when the work from home or the hybrid working was implemented, there was a lot of very confident companies were saying, oh, hey, it's okay, the feedback we're getting from customers is good, our productivity is growing. And what you're saying now is that sort of peaked, and now we're starting to see a reduction and an impact on work from home 2 years after it was implemented. Is that what you're saying? Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. We are developers. We have currently in Romania, in Bucharest, we have 100,000 square meters of offices in Timpuri Noi and Business Garden. Timpuri Noi Square and Business Garden. We built it from scratch, and we learn together with our tenants. We learn currently also about their needs, about their worries. So we are sort of exposed directly to many experiences, different companies, different type of businesses. And all of them, they have the same situation. Okay, now how we go forward? Because yeah, it sounds good that we are working from home. We have the pressure, and our employees, they're asking us to work from home. But on the other hand, our figures not looking so well anymore. Also, there are of course exceptions, like some IT companies, not all of them, because there are IT companies that they are also in our buildings, and they are creating content, they are creating games, software, and that was one of the managers told me, Antonio, we cannot create by sitting in front of a laptop and keeping conferences. We need to interact. We need to develop further the mentorship of our new employees, the young ones. So there are a lot of implications with this working from home. Sounds good, but until when?
Okay, so it's kind of this cycle, isn't it? Daniela, we're gonna come to you. Then I'm going to come back to Gina. Daniela, we're just talking about working from home. Thank you for joining us in a hybrid conference here. Is Daniela with us? Yes, she is. There she is. Hi. Daniela, just going back to this sort of leadership subject, and I mentioned about Mihai with emotion. I know you're a lady with emotion and very much sort of attached to your people emotionally as well. How is this leadership? And I mentioned that leadership is not just the CEO. Leadership is leaderships of teams, which I think is probably a bigger challenge than being the CEO. What are you seeing it with your organization, and what advice are you gathering or giving? And good morning to you.
Good morning, Colin. Indeed, you are perfectly right. I think that leadership is an umbrella which, first of all, needs to define the role of the leader. And I myself see that a lot of people embrace what I did, the role of a humble leader who is only there when the duty calls for him, but empowers the team to take the ownership. Because as a leader, I heard a lot of words of empathy, of feelings. Yes, indeed, you need to have them. But you might also need to see beyond the new normal and find a way to empower the people to take accountability. So if you have the luck, and we have it, to have people who are adhering to the vision of the company and to your vision and follow the lead, you need also to have that spark and to see the moment when they are up to a new challenge or to a new role and empower them to take the opportunity, to take the risk and go the extra mile. And I'm so happy that in our organization, we are customer service, right? It's the way we see people giving the best to their contacts, to their direct interactions. And in order to do so, we need people who are not experiencing quiet quitting or great resignation. As we know, these are common phenomena in the work from home or hybrid setup. And we did do a lot of actions to put the focus on well-being, on how to feel at ease, also from home, therapy sessions all around it. But now we are going the extra mile, and we put on top, as also the colleagues in the panel mentioned, the accountability, so that we can close the full circle for the managers who are ready to go the extra mile and give a new challenge, their best interest and their best effort.
Thank you, Gina, and stay with us, Daniela, because I am going to come back to you on this subject. But Gina, I just want to go back to this followership thing, and Daniela mentioned about empowerment, and that's the title of this this program today. But can we empower everybody, and does everybody want to be empowered? And in terms of that sort of succession planning, that was something that I grew up with. It was kind of a manager. I remember when I got a position in the USA, and somebody said, "Congratulations, who's going to take your job?" And I said, I gave the name. He said, "No, not that job, this job." And I laughed. I said, "Well, I've only just started it." He said, "From now, you should be thinking about the people who are going to come into your footsteps." That's something that wasn't really so strong in Romania when I came 12 years ago. How is this empowerment, succession planning, and leadership? Are we talking reality here that people are empowered and feel part of an organization and don't see the manager or their immediate leader as a roadblock? They see it as a gateway. How are you seeing it in your organization? About 3 questions in there.
Yes. Let me first start with from the discussion with work from home. I also personally believe that since we as people are built to live in a community, then for sure the full-time working from home model, at least from the logical perspective, doesn't make full sense. And indeed, maybe if you look on a certain instance, like today, tomorrow, in 1 year from now, or 10 years ago, if you make a picture of the organization, not everybody is empowered, not everybody is fully motivated and fully performing. But the role of the leader is to inspire all in their team. So we start from inspiration. And people will follow, one by one heart at a time. This is how leadership happens. And from my perspective, at least as I see leadership is not only in the perimeter, in the field of the job. Leadership is a broader concept for me. For example, if I'm taking the leaders as I see them in the organizations I worked with, they all were, holistically speaking, the good leaders. They were special persons. They are special people. They are doing their best in the sports field, in the family field. Of course, they didn't succeed in all the aspects, but at least they tried. So at the end of the day, you as a leader, you have to inspire the people in your team, and if you are authentic, people feel. For example, in our organization, we redesigned the concept of leadership, and we called it Together We Grow People. It's like a contract between us, HR department, the team, and all managers in the team, all leaders in the organization. Because at the end of the day, what is our joint role? Is to grow the people of today and leaders of tomorrow. And we do that by involvement in several pillars. And one of the pillars is education, one critical pillar for us. Why education? Because in the industry we are activating in, there is a scarcity of resources, and school is not at the level we expected. The quality of the candidates is poor versus our expectations and business needs. And that's why we roll out for over 20 years internship, practiceship, now recently dual employment. We started even a new thing which we call curated classes, meaning that we selected specific high school classes from the high schools we are collaborating with, and our mentors and specialized and experts in the refining area or in the energy area, they assume the role, without being leaders in their formal jobs, they assume the role to teach, to mentor, to show to the young generations the professions, and at the end of the day, those kids to grow from the professional perspective. So this is why, if you ask me, leadership means authenticity first, because I will give you a practical example. Especially in the companies where we are used to plant trees, to have sessions of planting trees, forest. People feel when the CEO or the president of the company or the general manager, they only plant that tree for the photo. They feel it, we feel it. The animal inside us feels immediately that that's a fake. It's only for PR or for a photo purpose. We need to walk the talk, meaning that if you go with your team to plant trees, plant that tree. Plant it to the end.
Antonio's smiling. Have you been planting trees?
I know I'm on a risky field, but I want, because I felt it on my own, in my own shoes, and in my mind at that moment, also presidents of the countries do it sometimes. They just put the sand and somebody else is actually planting the tree, how it should be done. And when I saw this, and I was thinking, I will not do that because it's fake. If I will be an authentic leader and I choose to do that, I will do it up to the how it should be done, by the book. And also, people feel when you care for them falsely, when you just ask how their day is going, and you don't want to hear the answer. They feel it immediately. We all feel it. And this is how you lose credibility. And the second element, which I would like to highlight, is also part of our platform, Together We Grow People, is the fact that we need more individual leadership. Because we all know that it's difficult to have great leaders. We have few great leaders in our companies, and in Romania, and I think it's a global situation. But if we all assume individual leadership, meaning that if I'm a good engineer in the field of refining, and I can assume the role of mentoring some kids, we are in the high school now, where I know that the educational system doesn't provide the necessary practice, the necessary information, I will do that. Or if I am good at, I don't know, mathematics, and I know that there are colleagues in the team who cannot afford to pay for an extra hours with the teacher, why shouldn't I volunteer for that? And from my perspective, this is the broader term of the leadership. And now coming back to the topic of succession, which is one of the questions, your question. Yes, of course, people are in different stages of evolution. The role of the leadership is to inspire, but also the role of the leadership is to moderate the growth of that person. When you know your people in the team, especially if you are attentive and you care about their growth, you will be attentive to how they grow, to the quantum leaps they have, and you will understand if they are on the right path regarding their individual personal and professional growth. And your role is is to have a constant monitoring, constant communication with that person. And I will reiterate the message that is very, very important in leadership, in the way our leaders communicate, to make sure that they use powerful words full of energy. Because if you want people to be empowered, you cannot control, monitor the micromanagement constantly, and at the end of the evaluation cycle, you ask them to be the employee of the year.
Okay, Mihai, just taking what Gina said, and just sort of thinking about leadership, because we have this definition of leadership I mentioned, which tends to be, or historically was a job title. So if you were a manager, you were seen as a leader. But as we're describing now, over the last 2 or 3 years, we talk about emotion and empathy and all these other skills that are coming into leadership. Who can be more influential, just taking what Gina said there, a leader as in an official leader, a manager, or a peer? How important it is to have within organizations those influential people within the team rather than the managers? Because don't we still go into this the sort of transactional analysis, the parent, adult, child? Are we still in that world where the manager is still seen as the parent and we respond as a child in certain situations? How important it is to create, I guess, unofficial leaders within, I'm just sort of thinking, actually I've got an example there, because I've got a colleague of mine, Theodora, in the audience. Theodora, I'm embarrassing you now, but is passionate about the environment. So Morella, sustainability, speak to Theodora, and she's taken it upon herself to have this influence on the rest of the organization about being environmentally responsible. And I think, Theodora, you don't mind me talking about you, but I've seen Theodora grow through this new leadership that she's created. Is that part of the answer going forward, Mihai, is to maybe break down the stereotypes of leadership and really get people growing from within in a more voluntary, passionate way?
A very short question. Was it?
I have this habit of asking 5 minutes. I shot a video last. I shot a video last week, and the cameraman was like driving. He said, "Colin, you're driving me crazy. I'm trying to do a 4-minute video here, and your questions are 4 minutes."
However,
anyway, do your best. Do your best.
I think leaders are not named, or they are not, I don't know, created, or nobody will say this is your leader. Leaders, the true leaders are emerging. The true leaders needs to gain their respect and recognition. Nobody is born a leader. A leader will grown up with the support of their organization. They cannot do things alone. They need anyway and anytime a very strong organization, and it's up to them if the organization is strong, if the organization is genuine. Genuinity, by the way, it's a virtue, which is very much appreciated, especially these days. So you can't actually play a role of a leader. You must be a leader, and you must, your people needs to feel that you're a leader. And this is something that you're actually gaining, and through the years, with experience. There is a big difference between a leader, a manager, an administrator, and whatever. So leading is I've heard the word inspiration. Yes. This is something that you probably have to have and to make it feel, and to the people needs to know that they can anytime rely on you, that anytime if they feel the need to, let's say, to get a support, you will be there. You have to back up your organization anytime, and you have to foster the talents. And you have, of course, to have a very clear succession planning, because nobody will be on a in a leadership position forever. And the succession planning, because coming back to the succession planning, I guess a very important a topic, and this needs to be in a company's culture. Once you are getting a leadership position, you need to think about who will be your successor. Because succession is not someone which is, will be actually named and put in your place. It's someone which needs to be recognized by the organization that he can lead. Because in the modern organization, leaders are not named, they are actually recognized, and they are coming from the stuff, from the ground, and they are gaining the leadership position by showing experience, by showing that they can basically be and fulfill this task.
So are you saying, Mihai, that the way we select, we should take care, we're looking for advice, and please any question, I'm going to ambush you if you don't ask any questions, but are you saying that we should actually take more care in choosing those leaders within our organization, because the definition of a leader has changed from without sounding like an old man, in my day, we had what we called the Maradona syndrome. One of the greatest footballers in the world, but the worst manager ever. Exactly. And he was given that manager role because he had the great skill, and we see that in organizations as well. So you have somebody maybe is the best salesperson, and they make that person by default the sales manager. And that is the old-fashioned manager type thing. Are you saying we need to change this now, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you become the manager because you've excelled? We need to be more selective in how we choose those people.
It is definitely not. So you need basically to change. You have to have the understanding that a very good, let's say, salesperson might not be the best leader, might not have the skill or the skills to lead people. In a way the organization will evolve. So this is a very complex process, and this has to be very well established and also known by the people. Everybody can be a leader, generally speaking, but just a few will actually evolve towards this position. And again, finding the right talent, nurturing the talents, preparing them for this job. So this is actually a leadership task as well. So it's not someone which you like the most, and because he or she is a yes man, she will be your successor, because she or he's doing what you are saying is not. So the times are over. So now you have to really because in every stage of the company's involvement, you need a certain level of leadership, catching up with the times, catching up with the transformation your company is going through. So you need basically to have a very strong process of identifying talents, of nurturing talents, of preparing talents, of mentoring talents, and at the end of the day, to be very sure that that guy or that lady can lead your organization at that point in time where the change will come.
Okay, Antonio, just taking what Mihai just said then, are you, I guess we want some reality here as well, don't we? We want to sort of find out what the reality is. Just based on that, if you're the manager of a group of people, and some of them decide that they want to come into the office most of the time, and there's others that decide that they want to be more hybrid and maybe 1 or 2 days, is that in terms of succession planning? And I'll come to Daniela on this same question as well. Is that having an impact? Are people, this is a straightforward question, are people who are working more from home likely in the medium to long term to suffer in their careers because they're not around the organization and their skills are not being recognized, because Romania is very much a sociable country, they're family orientated, so they like to see the whites of people's eyes. Is that an issue that you see going forward, that if you're not present in the office, it could have an impact? And I'll come to the audience on this one as well, if I may. It could have an impact on your future?
I believe so. I believe so, because we speak about mentorship, we speak about leadership. You cannot do it online. It's hard when all of us, when you sit down with your colleague and you have a coffee, it's so easy to discuss subjects, you know, even if you have different point of view. Yeah. And then you get along, you find a solution, and you step forward. We are builders. Maybe sometimes I'm too straightforward, but this is how we are. We are building, and sometimes we have 1,000 workers on site.
You have the smoothest hands of any builder I've ever seen.
I'm a blue collar. We work with all sort of type of people, and it's all about being involved, all of us, and understand what it means to evolve. You cannot sit home and have the expectations that you will evolve and you will learn more and you will be one day a manager of a company. And we want higher salaries, we want different incentives. It's hard to achieve all these things and to work better with your colleagues. Why we are going, if just you look out on the window of your office and you see colleagues that they're out for a cigarette or for a coffee, and they're socializing. And that's the base of a company, in my opinion, socializing and getting the great ideas. In construction, we have many challenges during construction, big amounts and many challenges and many risks. And most of them, we solve them by sitting down 10 minutes. When we start sending emails, it was lost at least 1 week. Instead of sitting down 10 minutes and of course, some of us screaming, some of us pissed off, others, however they felt at that moment because of the situation. But after half hour, 2 hours, we went out and it was solved.
Do you know, I know that Antonio and Mihai are going to go after this go, I feel better now. But I'm going to stand up. I'm sure there's people in the audience, thank you very much, who have a different opinion, because some of you are thinking, whoa, hang on a minute, I like this hybrid working, I like the freedom of it. Of course we do, but just to get can we get a microphone? I'll give you my mic. I'll come over to you. Very nice blazer, by the way.
Thanks, Colin. I have a question, but I also have an addition to the discussion of followership, which indeed it's a trendy word, because yesterday I have seen a post from MIT defining followership done by a professor of Romanian origin, Professor of Loredana Păturean, and she said that in a book, followership means a willingness to pursue the shared mission, values, or plan of an organization, group, or project. And now my question is regarding, coming from this definition, and having in mind that a recent Deloitte report says that 63% of the work of organization is done in teams or projects, so it's not defined just from job description and so on. So we already know that hiring is based on skills, not the job to be done. And we also know that the future of work is more and more gig-based and part-time. And personally, I know, especially in IT, in Romania, people who are team leaders in IT companies who are having 3 jobs because they are smart and can do this. How do you think you will be able to mitigate this followership inspiration towards goals that might not be shared, because we all know that Great Resignation and YOLO lifestyles and so on have determined by the great pandemic, whatever, and people saw that there is something else beyond work. And there is life, or there is another work, so why would I pursue your goals, your leader, my leader, from organization A or organization B? How do I choose it? Because we talked only about from home or from office, but there is another thing in the equation, another variable.
Okay, Daniela, I'm going to bring you in, if I may, on that, and then ask the panel for their thoughts as well.
Yes, it's a very good question, because you don't need only the goal. You don't need only the idea, but you need the people to believe in the idea. And I think I heard from the colleagues in the panel about authenticity, inspiration, and all of that. In my true opinion, a leader who wants people to believe and to follow needs also to be a master of change management, to act agile and to be there with emotional intelligence to bring out the best of the people and to make them feel the message is also in their heart. So they need to feel it, and that's authentic, and that's helping people to share the goal, to be part of the mission, and to empower their people to also do that. So it's a common goal where you need, first of all, to let your creativity host the audience, because if you give the people the chance to express themselves, to share their opinions, and you do brainstorming sessions with them, you will find out that there is an excellent way of adhering to what we need to achieve. And creativity, thinking outside of the box, and resilience are the key factors to make the team feel part of the journey and make them not getting tired, because the phenomenon of being tired, of burnout, of I'm overwhelmed by everything is there. It's a danger, no matter you work in the office or at home. So you have the mission to care, to really care about their feelings and their achievements, and not only to tap a shoulder, even if you do it physically. It doesn't matter. You need to feel with them, and you need to listen. I think to be a good listener makes you a fine leader and makes people follow you, but not just saying, how are you, meaning, how are you? And being prepared to get the answer of, it's a horrible day, I need advice, I don't know, I'm lost. And I think the fate of people are in the hands of a true leader. And in order to have the trust and the respect of your people, you need to also take the time to recharge your batteries and to say, okay, now I take a break, as tomorrow I'll be fresh, I'll be dynamic, and I'll give everything I have, the best know-how, and of course the best practice share session for my people, for my team. And I'm not tired of going the extra mile for my team. So I think that's the key to make them follow.
Okay, that sounds good. Gina, I'll just come to you on that. I'm thinking about my favourite football team that's not doing very well at the moment, Tottenham. Yes, I know. So managing 11 people can be a challenge, and getting all of those motivated, getting the striker motivated to really go in and score those goals, etc. And we're talking about hundreds of people. You know, how feasible is this?
Even thousands, yes. Okay, so when we think about inspiration doesn't have a push energy. You cannot force people, follow me, come in this direction. That's why it's very, very important to be so creative, so resourceful with the way you tell the story of your mission, the way we establish meta objective. Because let's take a practical example. I really believe that leadership is adapted to each company. You don't have a general key called leadership and it works on all doors. Each door has their own key and it's a special formula. So when you are able to establish the meta objective, for example, when you tell to your people that, look, we are refining oil because not because of the oil itself, because we are contributing to the better world, meaning that we are fueling airplanes, we are fueling cars for people to go to take their kids to school, we are fueling hospital ambulances and so on. But even more than that, we can tell to the people, look, we are developing decarbonization strategy. We are producing biofuels and so on because we contribute to a better world. We want our world in the future to be better in all senses: environment, culture, education, everything, social, everything, all dimensions. So the moment when you establish, because at the end of the day, we all want a better future. There is no one that can tell, I don't want a better future. We all want a better future. And each organization has the power and the capacity from inside, from their teams, to build that better future. In IT, it's not even discussable. You are the future, let's say. And at the end of the day, if we are managed to link our company objective, now, for example, for us is to be, we bring you energy for sustainable living. It's a thing we aspire to, then of course that will contribute to the higher good, to a better world. And this is how you connect generations also. Because, for example, if you look on the younger generation, they have this innate need to contribute, to feel, to contribute to sustainable living, to sustainable brands and so on. If we are able, as the leaders of today, if we are able to listen to their input and create the future with their solutions, because young generations now, they are telling us the ingredients for the future, how to build the future. It's only a matter of listening to them. If they tell us we need remote work, then that's an element for creating, for the recipe of the future. If they tell us, our inside teams, if they tell us we want to work fully from office because we are very sociable, we like to drink coffees and talk, then this is the specificity of the organization, and they are telling you the ingredients of the present and the future. So I will go even more and raise the bar from above the mission of the company, higher good. And if we manage to contribute, if we manage to link the emotions of the people to the higher objective, to the meta objective, might be a way. And also, I would like to comment on the leadership style. For example, and the succession, it's an important thing that it's also on my mind a lot of time. I've seen so many leaders who are afraid to grow people because they think that those people will take their roles, and I think it's a general situation. But at the end of the day, let's put the parallel to the family. Are you afraid that your kids will grow and they will be better than you? No. You want that. You want that with all your heart. Because you understand that by growing people, by growing your team, you grow. You are a direct contribution to their success. So that fulfills you as a person, right? Even if you will not occupy that formal role anymore. But in the economy of life, you are also a great leader. And from my understanding of leadership, it's always done from a perspective of care, love, and respect. Unless we, in Romania, we understand that the leadership is about caring and respecting people, we don't make the necessary shift, and we will not be able to have consistent changes in our organization. It will always be back again to falling in the same routines and the seduction of daily operations that doesn't allow us to make this shift, this leap towards understanding that our organization missions is linked with something higher all the time. Thank you. I think I got it from you to speak.
I love that you said with care, love, and respect. Mm-hmm. And again, I'm thinking about how leadership has changed. So maybe 10 years ago, we talked to a manager and said you have to show, your priority is to show care, love, and respect. I'd be like, what? Oh, Jesus, I'm a manager, not a social worker. Yes, but it has changed. Mihai, in terms of coming towards the end of the session. In terms of that advice, because we're seeing that shift in what the definition of what leadership is, what's your advice in terms of how, I mentioned earlier on about people being put into leadership positions, and I do find that as a sort of a business coach and trainer, I do find that sometimes when people get promoted, they come off the training agenda because they've been promoted, and therefore they don't, there's this vision that they are very good at what they do, and in many cases they are, but they come off the development ladder a little bit. What's your advice going forward in terms of those skills that leaders really need to embrace to be really effective over the next 5-10 years?
Let me first quickly answer to the question. In the complex organizations and this complex times we are living in, I think what will help is the applying of design thinking methodology. So there are a few good books which are describing how to set up a team, how the team is actually finding their leaders, and how the contribution of every and single member of the team is recognized. And I think this is a key of having a successful team working with a high efficiency for a project. So everybody should actually be aware that his contribution is valuable, and his contribution or her contribution is also recognized in a way. So design thinking will definitely help, especially in this time. So coming back to your question, which I think was a very valid one.
Okay.
And to your question, Colin, this is something that we probably need more time to tackle the topic, because it's a very, very important and a very actual one. I think the way the leaders are designing their career in the future needs to be, let's say, again, how should I say, has to emerge from the organization, has to understand the organization, they need basically to have the capacity to understand that the people don't like to someone is coming and telling us what to do. They need to understand what to do. They have to have a very clear purpose, because the purpose is actually also making their contribution valuable. They need to understand that the way of future working, and to be very honest, will not be with a presence in the office, but it will be hybrid. We are talking now about not about working from home, but working from everywhere. And this is a trend which is definitely will come. So Germany, for instance, already rolled out 54 days a year where you can work from abroad. Yeah? So we have to think that someone is participating in a project by working abroad, from abroad. Okay, so needs to have the flexibility to understand that the future of work will be different. And also the people needs to be understood in a different way, because the needs will be different. So this is something that a future leader needs to understand, and this is something that probably we have to tackle in a separate discussion, because this is something that it could be a very interesting topic for the future.
Okay, Antonio, this definition of leadership is what Mihai is saying, is that it's the job title is not so dramatic and important anymore. It's how we approach it. We don't need to say I'm the manager to get things done. We need to almost say I'm not, to avoid using job titles, but just be that person, be that authentic person. Is that leadership of the future?
Superman doesn't exist. So I believe more in management and in sharing actually what we do. Since many years, we are sharing the responsibility, but not the management. This is how I see it. Okay. So we just, this is your responsibility. Yeah. But we need to share also the management part. Leadership, I think it's more a role in listening, mediating, and guiding with your experience the others, and guiding through a common goal. I think this is all about. We share already figures with the employees, with the colleagues. We share the responsibilities. We have to share also the situations we have. You notice I don't say problems, we have situations. And
opportunities.
Opportunities, depending on so we have many situations in all the companies. And let's face it, it's always, if you have a second view, it helps you. So why you are just sitting on a chair and you want to take all the decisions and maybe they're wrong? Because you are not sharing the decisions and the management. If you share it, then suddenly you realize that it's easier also for you, because there are some of them, some of the colleagues, they are coming with fantastic ideas, because it's just another angle. You cannot have all the angles in your pocket and in your mind, you know, and this is how I see it. In our company, we are architects, engineers, lawyers, totally different training. So it's so easy to sit down, have a coffee, sit down 10 minutes, half hour, 1 hour, whatever time is necessary to allocate, and then you get so many views, and you can get to evolve quicker with your projects and with your buildings or with your company.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes. Gina, a quick last word from you, and then we'll come to Daniela to wrap up on leadership. What's your advice on leadership? I guess going on a leadership course, based on what Antonio just said, with all the diverse roles that people play, going on a stereotypical leadership course is probably not going to work anymore. It needs to be something more emotional and with substance. Yeah.
Definitely, these 2-3 years of pandemic show us that the old recipes don't work anymore, and this is the opportunity, if we can use the word now, it's an opportunity for us to reinvent, each of the leaders to reinvent themselves, because at the end of the day, for the solutions, for the complex solutions, you need high energy, and new leadership means creating more and more energy, more and more engagement. Coming back to the question, some of the leaders have to lead the organization of thousands of people. How do you as a leader make sure that entire, those tiny little fishes swim in the same direction? And of course it cannot be done from the same energy level that we did it before. And this transformation, as I said before, involves for sure emotional intelligence, caring for people, and very, very important, respecting people and their differences, including diversity. In leadership, everyone counts.
Absolutely. Thank you. Daniela, the final word from you.
I would like to address the audience a bit, and I would say one question for the audience, which answers probably what I believe is to be the right way. Maybe how many of you can raise your hand that your day was once in your professional life fully changed and you needed to change priorities over the day several times? Could you raise your hands, please, in the audience?
We got some. No, suddenly they all, many hands. I think we had like 50-60% of the room.
Thank you so much.
Put their hands down now. So
change of priorities, I think that's key to success, and change to the needs of your people and to their care. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Daniela. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Mihai. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to get into a magic word, trust. after the break. So I'm sure there'll be some insightful stuff there, and also diversity, which is a real hot topic right now in the workplace. We're going to take a coffee break, and we're going to be back at 5 minutes past 11. I'm looking at the boss over there. She's giving me the thumbs up. So take that opportunity to meet somebody, share a couple of business cards, and we'll be set to go at 5 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much to our panel. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time. In a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. Place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
Cum reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite? Facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Etos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the Planetary Defense Mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria, ești mai puternic decât crezi.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time, in a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. The place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
Cum reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite? Facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Atos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the planetary defense mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că-ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria. Ești mai puternic decât crezi.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Say that it's a sign that hopefully you enjoyed the first session. I did see some people from PwC next door. They're not having a good day, so think yourself lucky that you're with us and not there. Okay, so thank you for the panelists for the first session. We're going into the second session where it's split into two. The first part is going to be about consolidating connection and trust. I mentioned the word trust earlier on is a very strong word, and another strong word is diversity. So diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And I've got a delightful panel assembled here. In fact, one of them has given me a gift. So Ruxandra Lupsha, the Eastern European HR Director for NXP, thank you very much for the gift. Do you feel guilty now, you four? Huh? Did you bring me anything? Not even an apple? Okay, I'll remember that with the questions. We have Wana Pitikash, the coordinator, White Collar Crime Practice Romania for NOR. You're scaring me with your job title, so thank you for being here. Then we have Georgiana Andrea, and I keep calling you an old friend, but I mean because we've been friends for a long time. Corporate Sales Director for Regina Maria, the Private Healthcare Network, tagline as well in the introduction. And another old friend, Mihaela Orbu, the Business Development Manager for ACCA Southern Europe, and a new friend, I guess I could call you a new friend, Raluca Dolan, the HR Director for Cognizant Soft Vision. So a big warm welcome to you. And it's great that I'm the only male stood up here as well. So we'll talk about diversity later on, but that's fantastic. So I'm going to take a seat, and I'm going to come straight on the subject in terms of consolidating connection and trust, but I want to talk about reskilling, because Mihaela, I'm going to come to you first, because this is a subject that sort of a lot of people are talking about, and it can be quite a challenge for somebody, and I think particularly in Romania, like in Britain, for instance, it's very seldom you find somebody who follows their academic studies. They tend to study a subject and they get their qualifications or their degree, and then they go into a different role. The reverse I found in Romania when I first came here was that people followed their academic studies. I think that's changing quite a lot, but I think the change mid-career can be quite a challenge. Mihaela, what is the latest on this, and what is your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Colin. It's true. It is a different situation in Romania. I think it still is. We are very fond of academic education. We still rely on it. But we keep on talking since a few years about the fact that we won't probably be having the same job all our lives, and most of us won't be even working in the field that we studied for in the university. So people understand very well as companies and HR people understand that we need to be equipped with a long life learning. We need to be prepared to learn and change during our professional life several jobs. After pandemic, as we discussed in the first panel, people realize that they need to be more empowered and they need to take ownership regarding their professional development. So what reports say and what I observed during the last months is that more and more people are interested in reskilling or upskilling. And if the company is not taking care of this, they will they will take ownership. So I was reading a report about UK HR people, and last year 25% of HR people in UK apparently changed their jobs. So it's a big percentage. And the main motivation, the report said, was exactly their need to upskill themselves or reskill themselves. So they were interested to do so because they felt that they probably will face a change for which they need to be prepared. So the trend would be this, no matter in which field you are as a professional, you would probably like to have the support of your company, but what is new now is that people take more and more ownership regarding their upskilling.
Okay, and I guess it depends on the industry you're working in as well, in terms of the variety that's within that organisation. Roxandra, if I could just come to you at the end, and again, thank you for the gift. Mihaela mentioned reskilling and upskilling. You know, they're two different things. I guess I'm elongating the question as you work out the microphone. Okay? Is it on?
I think it's working.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Right.
So Mihaela mentioned reskilling and upskilling, which are two different dynamics. I guess it's easier for an individual to go forward and say, I'd like to upskill, which means they want to enhance their existing profession, as opposed to reskilling is kind of it's a signal that that person wants to diversify. Maybe there's a certain element of risk involved in that, and the other way around, when the manager says to them or says, look, hey Colin, I'd like you to go on a course of so-and-so, and I'm thinking, does that mean I'm not doing very well at what I'm doing? I need to find another job. How are we sort of managing this reskilling and upskilling, and how crucial is it going forward now, based on what Mihaela said about, and we're all hearing about jobs of the future, and jobs will disappear and new jobs will appear. How important is that, and how are companies really managing that right now?
May I start with the gift? It's an agenda, guys, really. You're most welcome. Okay, so reskilling and upskilling. In my industry, we're very, very fortunate. R&D, software development, it's reskilling and upskilling all the time. It's not something new. And we're evolving maybe faster than we would have ever thought. So we let our employees tell us what they want to do and just offer them the opportunity. Internal moves, career progression, everything involves reskilling and upskilling. So we're doing this since ever, and we will continue to do it even at a faster pace, okay, I suppose.
But how do you manage that? That sounds very nice, but if I come to you and say, Roxandra, look, I want to learn Romanian, there's a cost involved. You know, how does an organisation accommodate that? But is it a reality that only very few people will come forward and say that I want to be better at ABC, or is it a lot of people? And if it is a lot of people, if we want to encourage a lot of people, how does a company get the balance in terms of the financial impact as well? Because it costs to train and to develop people, doesn't it?
There's a lot of people indeed, not just a few, and there are needs because of the new projects and new technologies and, you know, cutting-edge technologies that are being adopted at a very fast pace, as I said, and there's a need, and they also want to see their career progression. So it's coming from both directions. We ask them to reskill, upskill, and they ask for the same, and there are a lot of colleagues asking for that. We have, of course, the possibility to learn at your own pace on an e-learning platform that I think it's very popular nowadays. And it's not for soft skills only. We have also a lot of technical trainings and project management trainings and so on, and certifications. We also offer at very reasonable local costs certifications. That's mostly what we are offering locally. And something that we didn't even thought it will be so attractive, foreign language courses. We offered this as a benefit, and to our great and very pleasant surprise, it became very popular. I think 40%, around 40% of our employees opted for various languages. We've got a lot of support from our partner, ABEST. They're providing the language courses, and they've been so flexible and adapted quickly, and they're offering like six languages.
Well, okay. I guess that's kind of a nice one to, you feel very sort of relaxed in going to somebody. You say, look, well, I want to learn German, or I want to learn Romanian, or better English, etc. But Raluca,
I think
go on.
This is something which creates a habit of learning, of getting new and improved skills all the time, and it's something which also creates some satisfaction. They get some pleasure.
Of course, of course, that personal achievement sort of thing. But Raluca, just staying on that same subject, I remember sort of sometimes talking to people, and if I ask a closed question, so if I say, Raluca, the strengths and weaknesses question, strengths is, we can answer that. And say, what is your weakness? And we have this reluctance to reveal our weakness. I guess sometimes our strength can be our weakness as well. So based on this sort of learning thing, how do you overcome that? Because I think languages is something that everybody's free to reveal that they want to be better at. But when it comes to those skills that are required from individuals to be better at their job, so if you say to me, Colin, I want to send you on a communication skills course, my reaction is going to be, why? Why? Am I doing a bad job? And I may go into a bit of resistance. How do you manage that in Cognizant?
Before answering to your question, I'd like to offer you a gift.
It may be too late, depending on the gift.
You've noticed that he's sensitive to these kind of things, right? So I will offer you an experience to come visit our office. Okay. We rely our entire EVP on living the experience.
Okay.
And you are all welcome, of course.
Oh, no, only me.
Oh,
forget that.
No, it doesn't feel so special anymore. And then to get back to your question, Colin, it's in Cognizant Sufficient, we are structured on communities. So all the engineers, we have even HR community. We are not calling HR team or something like this. It's more than, it's somewhere in between it's more than a team, it's something that we belong. Then within this community, we have all the layers of seniority. And when it comes to growing, it's a natural instinct on having the new ones took over by the others. Sometimes we have people that are going to evaluate, colleagues that are going to assess the technical skills, and they are going to point out some things that will help the newcomer to boost. And that is why we call them career boosters. We create also some opportunities outside the technical area, because these people in IT world are really passionate about learning. So we don't have to put an extra effort to tackle it and to say, you have to do this because it's for your career, for your future, it's going to encourage you to grow. No, it's the vice versa. They are extremely demanding and they would like to be always updated. I think Gina mentioned, and thank you for the speakers that they were warming up the atmosphere in the first round. Gina mentioned, in IT you are the future. In a way I feel proud of hearing that, but it's a pressure that you can, that it's hard to understand from the world outside. So once you are stepping in, you see the pressure, the demand coming from the employees that are requiring to be ahead. So, there's I think a rugby, a Canadian, it was, I'm not sure if he was a rugby player or, no, it was a skater. So he mentioned a few years ago, when I skate, Wayne, if I remember well the name, Wayne Gretzky, you can Google it. He said something very wise, I skate not where the puck, the little things, is, I skate where it goes. This is valid in this IT world. So we always have to think ahead. We always have to train our people to project their future in 6 to 18 months. So we need more and more little visionaries. We have the big visionaries, those who are projecting the future for the 5 years, for the 10 years, they are defining the polar star. But we need the little visionaries that are going to see the coming day and to be ready when the technical solution is going to appear. And we are doing this by creating the opportunities. For example, tech talks. So in the office, every community has once per month a tech talk. They are talking about their discoveries. We are in one of the buildings of a former speaker. And it's true, when gathering together, we create the opportunity to gather together to talk about different things, and mostly about the passions, because what they do is their passion.
Well, I'm also trying to think of the Canadian hockey player.
Hockey. This is,
yes, yeah.
Hockey
Greg Zetsky, something like that. Georgiana and Mihaela, I'm going to come back to you because I saw you hovering with the microphone. Well, I want to bring Georgiana in and come back to Mihaela. Georgiana, you're dealing with a lot of people and working with organisations involved in everything from stress to managing what they're doing and everything else. So the emotional side of things. How hard is it for some people? Well, there's two questions. Is to make that change, and how many people are you finding that are actually? I think there's an expression that we're best at what we enjoy doing most. How many people are actually in jobs that they really enjoy doing, and I guess which is more of a minority than a majority. I don't know. What are you finding? Because I guess the question is, are we discovering that there's a lot of people in the workplace are doing something that they don't really enjoy doing, and we need to find a way of picking them out of that and getting them involved in something that they will enjoy and therefore put the passion and maybe have the longevity and the loyalty to the organisation. What are you discovering?
Your question finds its answer also in a study that D&D Research did for us this summer that measures few aspects of the psycho-emotional health of the Romanian, and we created there 2 samples. One sample is formed of the subscribers of Regina Maria, and the other sample they are people from all over the country, representative samples for both of them. And when you look at subscribers of Regina Maria, you shouldn't think of them that they are subscribers of Regina Maria, but they are people working usually in larger companies. They would be representative, let's say, for the corporate world. And what you will see there is that the satisfaction of the subscribers with their job is much, much higher. If I remember correctly, I think twice higher than the average at Romanian level. Still, there are around 50% of the people that say that they are satisfied with their job. And because you were mentioning price a little bit earlier, there is a study that came out, I think, in spring, and they were saying that 25% of the Romanians were thinking of changing their job in the next year. And also, I remember it struck me that there was, connected to what you were talking a little bit earlier, that there was an important number of these people that were thinking of changing the field, not only finding a different employer, but completely changing the field. So these are some figures, and I invite you to look over that study if you find to find more information about what's happening in Romania. And also related to your question, I think this trend or phenomenon, I don't know how to call it, quiet quitting, really reflects what you were saying. And from the Great Resignation, which was a reaction to, I want to change my life, I want better equilibrium in between personal and work life, and so on. This quiet quitting is even more complicated for companies in a way, because the resignation, you could see it. You knew the people that were leaving. Now we know that there is this phenomenon. We know that there are huge costs attached to this phenomenon. The question is, how do you identify those colleagues that go through that? And here there are different tools, but it's mainly about listening to the employees. This is what we found out. And this listening, it's mixed in between different surveys that can be done within the companies, but also there is lots of one-on-one, because the survey will show you the magnitude of the phenomenon to understand how you are. And this is why we are doing this research, because until now there were almost no researches specifically on the Romanian market. When I was talking about this, I was talking about examples from EU, examples from US, mainly that's from where most figures come, but we didn't know the phenomenon in Romania. And this is why we are doing with companies this kind of surveys in order to see, okay, which is the magnitude and which are the areas that could be the sources for what's happening. But then the second part is related to especially to the middle managers that need to really understand what's happening with their colleagues. And over there, they also need to be trained. I mean, they need to have resilience because they are taking lots of things, and also to be trained. So just to sum up, I think it is a phenomenon. It's obvious that what's happening in the US, it's coming with, I don't know, 6 months, 1 year delay in Romania. The figures for Romania are clearly smaller than the figures that we are seeing for the US. So it's a much smaller trend. But this part of engagement of the employees, because in fact, quiet quitting, this is what means. It means that the employee comes to work, it does exactly what's in the job description, but nothing more. But how many of us do we have a very clear job description that shows everything that we need to have? So this is where the problem comes, because if people stick there...
Okay. Mihaela, did you want to just come in there?
Yeah, because it's related with one of your questions, and I want to somehow close what I first mentioned. You said something about costs. of course, there are costs regarding training, the training of your staff. But I don't think that companies would find out that these costs are higher than the costs to
retrain somebody and
and to hire somebody new when you lose somebody. So, or to find out that you have employees which are maybe also in the quiet resignation, but they are also unprepared for what your clients are requesting from you, for you to be catching up with your competition. So this cost will be much higher than skilling or upskilling your staff. And of course, this is not something new. This is part of the value proposition for your employees, and you can use training as a tool to retain people and to make them more performant.
Juana, coming to you, is there a legal aspect to this? Because it's kind of the reality about reskilling, upskilling, and things changing in the world. Is there a legal aspect or legislative aspect simmering at the moment that's going to change the way that companies have to approach this, or is it always going to be a voluntary thing that people step forward and say, hey, I'd like to develop myself? Is it likely to be changing? Do you think legislation, etc.?
No, I don't think so. So I think that the topic you are discussing so far is not necessarily a legal matter. It's actually an HR matter. So, and this is not the only issue we see today. We see people changing jobs all the time, wanting to change jobs. We see employers who can adjust to that, and we see employers who don't. It's an HR problem, and as mentioned, because I think the great resignation has been on everybody's lips these days. Yes, this is also connected to the great resignation, which produced a lot of changes. But legally speaking, I don't see something significant coming up in the near future. Of course, we just amended the labor code, but it's not going to be necessarily a strict connection here.
Okay. As long as the opportunity for reskilling and upskilling is given to everybody, but I guess if it isn't, then we start getting into delicate areas. Roxandra, we sort of talk about the great resignation, which is such a powerful statement that we're making, or maybe it's the great disengagement. I don't know what the phrase is. How is this all being affected, and what do we need to be doing to stop this? Are we touching on it now, that we need to continue to nurture people, or what is it? What is the solution to this in Romania? And I say in Romania because you already mentioned about surveys. I see many surveys on many different subjects, and they tend to be either European or Eastern European. I think even Eastern European, Romania is very unique. It's this Latin country with no Latin countries around. It's very unique. So I think some of the surveys can be slightly distorted. So it's great to hear Georgiana sort of talking about Romania specifically. So let's talk about Romania specifically. What can be done? Is the Great Resignation a European thing, or is it a Romania thing after all? Where are we with it?
Let's see first if this is working. Is it? No.
You're on the thing. Yeah. Oh.
So this is the one which is working. To your earlier point, just to continue what she said, it's not an HR matter. It's actually a cultural matter. It's the company culture. And I see more and more in big companies which are really interested in their people, that culture is a living body. Culture is evolving, improving, adapting, getting prepared to receive the new generations and to respond to the challenges that we have in our environment right now. And of course, our industry is challenged maybe more than others, but actually I think the challenges are present all over the place. And about the Great Resignation, I'm not sure this really touched Europe in general and Romania especially. Maybe disengagement would be a more appropriate word. And what we're doing for this in Romania specifically is to keep much closer to our people. The one-on-ones that you have mentioned are really valued right now, and we are also educating our managers to be more responsive and get closer to their people. And we have shifted from the performance appraisal 1 time per year to having permanent feedback, both way feedback, positive and constructive. Sometimes constructive is much more valuable. And it goes both ways, of course, manager and employee, and we really need to keep our employees very close and understand which are their needs and their expectations. Most of the problems, most of the issues are coming from the disconnect between the expectations and what they get from the company. They don't feel like they have a voice sometimes. They don't have the proper forum maybe to address their requests. So we create this, we're educating managers to build this closer relationship, and we create events, we create the proper forums for the employees to say what they really want.
Okay. Raluca, I know you're going to give me some really good advice here, but really into, coming to the end of this sort of first session, in terms of that, I think we're agreeing that this great resignation thing, it's not such a thing we want to be focused on. It's the great disengagement. How do we? What's your advice in terms of how we engage our people better going forward? Or I know you have examples at Cognizant.
You know, before answering...
Can I just say something? Can you keep the noise down?
You know, it's price. Before answering to your question, do you agree to disagree between us? Is it allowed? Is it in the rules?
Of course, yes.
Because I've heard it's an HR problem, and then I've heard it's a cultural aspect of the company. I would go a little bit. You know, I would enlarge the spectrum. And I consider it's becoming a society responsibility. You know, and it's up to us, all of us here, and more as we have network. All of us have a network to propagate this, to disseminate the fact that learning, growing, and having this culture of, you know, upskilling, reskilling maybe, but of keeping up with everything that's happening, everything that is new. It's a matter of how the society invests and encourages these kind of things. Okay. How the government is one day going to say, hey, we encourage you and we support you. So there are very specific things that can be done to encourage us all to grow. And this needs to be, you know...
Are you saying that the society thing is diminishing? Is that the challenge that you're seeing?
I'm saying that it's not so much in the focus as it should be.
Okay. Yeah. Mihaela, is that what we're creating? Are we in danger with all of the things that we're doing and all the things that happened over the last 2 or 3 years of people maybe not even caring so much about their future, as profound as that may seem? Is everybody's kind of in this short-term mode and not really that concerned about the long-term future because it's okay, I'll get a job. I don't want to think about a mortgage right now. I'm going to see how things go. Is this kind of something that's being created here? Mihaela? She's ready to answer if you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to answer. Maybe it depends on age and generation. I personally, I've seen many people taking very courageous shifts in their lives and then their professional lives. They even gave up working in the traditional way, and they started, let's say, new careers or even new ways of living, but without being lazy, just laying down, you know, and waiting money for somebody else. So I see people very courageously changing their lives and their professional lives. I also know there is a segment, maybe an important segment of population and employees which are kind of, doing what you are mentioning, just waiting for something to happen and then to take a decision. But I'm not exactly an HR professional, so I maybe don't work close enough with those kind of segments of
Still
people.
owe you an answer.
Sorry?
To the question you have mentioned. So whenever you are ready, I can come back to you.
Okay, Juana, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that what you described is a thing I think we see every day. I think every employer handles this. We see people that are disengaged in every sector of activity. You can call it the great disengagement, and you can look for potential reasons to those. But I think choice is a potential reason, because we look at the unemployment rate and it's low. So those people, I think that every employer here is complaining at one point that he or she is not finding the right people or enough people. We hear this all the time with our clients. So the people they don't find, they are not necessarily unemployed because the unemployment rate is low. So they are getting employed elsewhere.
Okay.
I think the idea here is to look at reasons why are they getting employed elsewhere. Okay, maybe they're shifting, like the colleague said. Maybe they are having a career shift. That's a potential reason, but I don't think it's necessarily the only one.
Okay, okay, and I guess I'll come back to you, Georgiana. We have a question here. I guess part of it is maybe people's attitude as well. Is it kind of, I don't want to create a gloomy picture here, but I guess is it more okay to be wrong? Is it more okay to not be loyal to a company? Is it kind of not like the old days where there was this expectation that you had that loyalty? Is it got to a stage where it doesn't really matter? I'm a human. I have my own opinions. I have my own career. I want to do what I want to do. Maybe things are changing. Georgiana, maybe you can touch on that. Just got a quick question here, is everybody engaged? Yes.
Apparently, yes. Thank you, Colin. It's more an addition to the contribution to the discussion. There is a global workplace report done by Gallup this year, which is singling out Romania. So it's definitely, we have a score there on employee engagement, which apparently is the highest in Europe, 33%. Okay, 51% of the respondents says they would thinking about leaving their work in the next period, so this is an early warning system if we want. But indeed, as Raluca was saying, one of the indicators is about society, so it's true to what you are saying. It's a question about how do you feel about society's effort towards environment. So this is the part of their methodology of measuring employee engagement. I just wanted to add, it's not really a question, but to be known that there is a score for Romania, and it's very clear.
Okay, thank you. Georgiana.
I just wanted to touch on something that Raluca said, that it's a
Are you going to disagree with her? Or?
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, in my experience, I mean, my day-to-day job is to work with HR teams, and lately, over the past 3 years, my main focus was on the well-being of their employees. Not so much the subscriptions, because I had a team that was selling that, but was on the well-being. And the change that I saw is that in more and more companies, the CEO is at the table at least once to understand how does that strategy look like. So they are part, and they really want to get into details and understand what are we measuring, which were the results of the study. So in more and more companies, whereas 2 years ago I would not see a CEO at the table, now we see more CEOs. So it's obviously a problem that is affecting also the P&L. In the end of the day. And on the other aspect that you were saying, that people are changing, it led me to 2 weeks ago, I saw an interview with Daniel David, who is the rector of the university in Cluj. And one of the questions addressed to him was, which are the trends? Where are we going? Okay, we had Great Resignation, quiet quitting, where are we going from here? And his answer was, first of all, the fact that we don't really know where we are going. This is the truth. The world is at a point that nobody can really say we are going left or right. There is a problem for Romania, he was saying, because Romania until now was usually a follower. We were doing what NATO was saying, what EU was saying. Now they don't know what they will do, so we can't really follow so much. But his advice was, I didn't love it so much, look at Gen Z. They are the most in touch with the trends. This is what will happen next. And talking about how they look at work-life balance, how they see the professional life. So his opinion is not my opinion, but somehow thinking about it, it made sense, is that we need to be more aware of the needs and how Gen Z is looking at things, because probably this will be the future.
Okay. But I guess there's always that danger that you, like if you give your child a beautiful gift every week, when it comes to the birthday, the gift has a lot more insignificance. So I guess there's always the danger of that we give too much and we create the monster as a consequence, sort of thing. Talking of monsters, Mihai, you have it.
Thank you so much. A few years back, a trend coming from overseas captured us, and it called inspiring working conditions. Inspiring working conditions, IWC. Everybody was actually striving, spending quite a significant budget to make the offices attractive, nice, looking at people, well-being, associates, welfare, whatever. Everybody could actually feel like at home when being in the office. Now I'm asking myself, and an open question to the panel or to the audience, do you think that this effort to set up a very nice office, engaging architects and engaging designers and spending tons of money, would have a payoff because people are actually staying more at home? They're coming maybe 35–40% in the office, coming whenever they need to come and going back when they have their job done, which might take a couple of hours. Do you think that this, let's say, this effort will have a payoff in the future and will, let's say, increase the retention or decrease attrition?
Well, I've got somebody in the audience. I'm going to ambush.
Or I can take the question if.
Okay, and then I'll come to you. But I'm going to ask Serena, who's with COS, and I guess listening to Mihai there about the office. How would you respond to that?
No problem. Hi, thank you, Colin, for ambushing me. Well, Mihai, actually, this is a very common question that we receive on a daily basis from our customers when they are searching for looking to the offices of the future. Well, Georgiana was right. Nobody knows how the offices are going to look like or how people were going to love having in the office in the future, but we're here together with all of you to discover it. I do believe that if the offices of the future were to respond to the current needs that people have, and this is based on a workplace consultancy study that you are doing it together with your employees, with the ambassadors and with the managers inside the team. And if that study will reveal the needs of the people working there and their new ways of working, it would be efficient. Otherwise, it's going to be just a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Raluca, just on that, we were having a quick conversation about people being...
And we can link them, actually, because our decision was to invest in new offices. I came 2 weeks ago from Timișoara, where we had a new office inaugurated. And some around us are saying, are you crazy? This is millions. behind this investment. And sometimes you have 10 people in the office, sometimes you have 60 or 70. The office becomes that cozy place to socialize. More and more. It's not so much about working in the office, but getting there to meet your colleagues. This evening we'll have, thanks God, this Thursday event. And I have to buy some things because I understood it's linked to Halloween. We have 100 people coming. And you might say, yeah, they will come only for social events. That's great. It's the trend. And, you know, about engagement, coming back to your question, unfortunately, I would say, as an HR person, there's not, that stimulus was not invented, you know, to click it and whoo, suddenly everyone is engaged and we are all seeing the light. Well, I would say that if I ask you here in the room, what keeps you engaged? And engaged is a big word. What keeps you stimulated? What gives you energy? I would probably capture from the 60 or 70 people in the room at least 30 different answers. So it's more and more about the individualized approach. What's going to engage each of us as employees in this journey of being, of working for a company. And it's a lot about optionality. So this is that is why I told you about living the experience. It's offering to your staff the possibility to choose. This is what keeps our employees engaged. The flexibility, you can choose when to work, where to work. We can work abroad. For the time being is 10 days per month, okay, abroad. But the demand is really high to have more. So every time you offer something, you are asked for more. Up to which level of flexibility we are heading, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that this is the future, optionality and flexibility. This is the engagement we are heading.
Thank you. What keeps me engaged is when people give me gifts.
Some others are offering you experiences, and we have Formula 1 simulator, I didn't mention.
Right, we're going to move off that subject, unfortunately, because I think with the first panel we could have talked for another hour. But we want to move on to a second subject, which is really important. It's about diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And Juana, I'm going to bring you in here from a legal perspective and also the advice for it. Do you want to just sort of share with us in terms of, we're going to talk about ESG, the environmental responsibility as well. But on the diversity, where are we in Romania in terms of the embracement of the concept of diversity and inclusion, and what do we need to do going forward?
So it actually connects a bit to the question that you addressed earlier. I would say no, that it's not the way to go, because if you want to find an answer to this question, you need to look at what people ask in their job interviews. What we see in job interviews is people that come in and are not only interested about their paychecks and employee benefits. They look at many other things. We get questions like, what are your diversity statistics here, and what is your inclusion strategy? So what I would say is that you rather look at inclusion, and also connecting to what you said in your panel earlier, I think it's also a KPI, as in keep your people included, not only invested and other things. So the entire story about diversity and inclusion, yes, it comes from the ECG. It's the second component. It's the social component. It's not the only part of the social component, but it's probably the one that companies have paid the greatest attention to so far. And there is a reason behind this. For instance, it came, I believe, the attention came as a response to a great market demand, because nowadays employees actually have the opportunity, and candidates have the opportunity to choose employers who implement diversity and inclusion strategies. Our statistics indicate that more than 60% of employees are actually interested in employers who have implemented such diversity and inclusion strategies. So they are looking for that. So it came as a response, efforts of companies in Romania came as a response to that. The other reason behind it is from all the other social components, it's probably, from a legal perspective, the least protected ones. So, for example, look at human rights infringements, also a part of the social component in ECG. Look at health and safety infringements, again, a part of the social component. These infringements, they are usually associated with regulated offenses. Diversity matters, not so much. So there was an interest to it, and companies started investing to it. With regard to Romania, of course, you know what the statistics say. The millennials are literally the most diverse generation so far. So I think this is something that we should all think about when we decide if we invest in their policies or not. The entire concept of diversity and inclusion is actually quite a dynamic one, because it started off with two components, diversity and inclusion. It later on included equity, also a very important part. And now we have the fourth component, which is belonging. It actually refers to employee perception. It's that feeling we all have in a team when we feel we are literally included and welcomed there. So now we have diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging.
Roxandra, well, in terms of, I guess we also talk about ethics, which comes into this whole thing as well. And how are we in terms of, my first question was, where are we in terms of this? I want to sort of give them a good illustration of where we should be, but what is the reality and where do we need to be going with this, with the diversity? I think about disability, inclusion of disability in the workplace as well, which is something that's very passionate for me as well. What do we need to do to really sort of accelerate this? I think we're seeing it. I was talking to somebody in the lobby there about the shift in people, global shift in people. So we talk about the construction industry, where a lot of Romanian skilled people are working in Western Europe and other parts of the world. And so now we're bringing in people from Southeast Asia, for instance. So you see a lot of Vietnamese or Indian professionals working in the construction industry as one example. So I guess it's something that maybe wasn't such a challenge 5 years ago, but now is becoming more and more and more. And I guess it's going to get more and more and more. How do we manage this without getting legal? Because this is what we're talking about, the legislation and the legal part of it. We don't want to do that. We don't want to go down that road. But how do we encourage better sort of embracement of these things?
If we're talking shifting people, we have, of course, part of our headcount is formed of non-Romanian employees. And I think the local legislation is not very friendly with bringing, for example, colleagues from Asia. We wanted to hire people from India, for example, transfer colleagues from the same company to Romania. It takes way too long. It's not that they say no, it's that it takes 6 to 9 months, and in the current context with the war in Ukraine and so on, it takes even longer. We cannot afford to wait. It's not an industry where you can wait for 6 or 9 or 12 months for an employee to be transferred. So that's one of the challenges that we're facing. But we have colleagues from Europe, from Netherlands, from UK, from Czech Republic. That's easier even for UK. It's of course much easier. But that's about shifting people. If we're talking diversity and inclusion in general, I think we're, as in Romania, as people, we are very tolerant. That's what I see. If I look at my colleagues, I'm not sure how this looks like in other companies, but my colleagues are very welcoming and very embracing of diverse people. And diversity also refers to women. And women in technology is quite a big thing these days. Most of the strategies are coming in our company from global level. Of course, we're global.
Is there a danger of equality going too far with it? You kind of touched on it. That Romania, I'm a foreigner here. I've been here 12 years. I don't think there's once ever where anybody's said anything detrimental to me about being a foreigner in this country. I think Romania is unique with that. Are we dangerous sometimes of talking about it too much with equality, for instance? Is there a danger that for instance, I see a lot of campaigns of women in business and everything, and look at us on this panel here right now. Is there a danger that the men are going to start saying, hey, this is for the men in the room, and the men are going to say, whoa, hang on a minute, this is prejudice towards me. You're saying women this, women that. So my question is, I'm making a little bit of a light joke about it, but the question is sometimes with these things, do we worry about it too much in Romania?
It will be too difficult for Romanians to go into, positive discrimination. That's, I think, where you're going to. Because for us, it's normal to have women in technology. It's normal to have a diverse population in the company.
Yeah.
That's normality.
Yeah.
Of course, if the strategies are not created here locally and ours are created, for example, in US, they tend to be a bit on the positive discrimination side, but we have the liberty, the flexibility to adapt locally those policies. So I would not have concerns in that respect. Of course, we're also looking very much into paying, the equity, paying women and diverse people equally to male population, let's say, but it's not an issue because we're not looking at the sex, the gender. We're not looking at that. But we have, of course, the internal statistics to make sure that it's okay. So, and we're doing the right thing.
Okay. Mihaela, just staying on this subject of a changing sort of dynamic with more and more foreigners coming and wanting to work here, by the way, because I think every expat I know just loves and adores this country anyway, so that's a problem Romania's got because it's just such a lovely place to live. So, but is there, we talked earlier on about working from home and everything else. Is there, and Raluca, I'll ask you the same question as well, is there a danger that if an individual is in a skill set that, let's say in IT, that allows them to work from home, they don't need to be at the office, is there a danger that that becomes a function rather than an individual working for the company? And is there a danger that they will start to see a flow? You mentioned about bringing people from the subcontinent, etc. Is there going to be a situation with a shift where you can actually have a person in India doing the job of a Romanian here, because that Romanian is that job is a function, not an individual that's maybe being replaced? Did that make sense? I went on a little bit then, yeah.
It makes sense. I'm not sure if it applies more. It probably does apply to the IT sector. It doesn't apply to the finance sector, which I'm more aware of. I know what are the limitations. So there are sectors and sectors. It could be, I'm not sure if it is something wrong. I see, and I know companies in Romania are trying to actually to look abroad and to find talent, but it's very difficult, I know, to bring it here. On the other hand, Romanians have the same chance. They are hired abroad and they like to travel. I don't think it's something wrong. I think it's again a new problem for companies to adapt to, because there is even more need to be able to adapt to various types of backgrounds, and to be able to help all employees adapt to this new specifics of how should I say, nationalities that they have to encounter and work with.
Okay, Raluca, do you want to add to that? Because I know you're in an organisation where people, the engagement with people and the physical side is very, very important. Huh?
I would add something related to the expats.
You love the British?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Don't we all love the British? Actually, I've been an expat for 3 years in a Western country. And I felt how it is to be the minority. In Romania, we talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, but these are somehow nice stories. We don't have the struggle that some other countries have, with the color, with a lot of minorities, with things that are extremely sensitive. Okay. Here it's more, we are stepping into this world of diversity because, as you said, we have new cultures coming in. Yes, we are welcoming. We are a collectivist culture, okay? And this is evidence-based, this Hofstede Institute who measures this on yearly basis. So we are a tough nutshell. We are welcoming those who we appreciate. But are we the same when dealing with Indians, when dealing with Asian cultures that are not so comfortable or we don't know so well? So this is the real question. When working with these different cultures that are so different to ours, are we ready to welcome them? And that is why now, in Romania, Cognizant came and bought a company, but Cognizant means a lot of nationalities. There are 330,000 people, all the nationalities. And of course, since IT world is so linked to India, now we are stepping into the world. I've been there in July for the first time in my life because I had some biases, okay? I avoided to go there. And I've been so surprised by what you can discover while stepping in, while feeling a culture. And now in the future, so this is the very close future, we are going to train our people more and more in cross-cultural to understand where these biases are coming from and to accept. It's about embracing diversity more and more.
I think Romanians have a natural curiosity to foreigners more than an aversion. So in the UK, luckily, it's very different for a foreigner in the UK, especially walking into a classic English pub. Yeah. It's kind of different. But
I would say, here we have this positive background that we are curious. Yeah. But we tend to judge as well. So I'm a representative. I'm representative for my culture. So I'm saying we. It's hard to be judgmental. It's easy to step into the shoes of saying we are better, we are more educated, we treasure more this or that. But do we really understand before stepping into this judgmental approach?
Well, I guess we have to leap.
I think we have a question in the
maybe leap forward 5 years. Mihaela, we'll come back to you in a moment. And leap forward 5 years. Is it going to be okay? We kind of I say we.
Preconceptions regarding the others. Actually, I really love and I'm really inspired from guys from India because I know how hard they are trying to succeed. And I have to admit that I'm not better at all. Actually, I'm looking at them with a great respect because I know how hard they are trying and they're starving and they're working hard in order to succeed. We are happy here. So I don't think that it's applied to us. But thank you.
Well, I guess a good illustration of that is an Englishman in Romania, and we're having a conference and we're speaking in English. I guess there's a good sign. I don't think you would get that if we were in France right now. Mihaela, you're going to. Ladies first, and then. Yeah.
I was about to say that probably here in Romania too we will realize that we have to implement some strategies and trainings regarding diversity and inclusion because we don't have to take into consideration only the fact that people might be judgmental or have biases. We simply might have problems, find difficult to interact with other colleagues or clients which are different, just because we don't understand their reactions and we don't know how traditionally they are built to react in a certain situation based on their nationality or traditional background. So trainings and communication and workshops, education, yes, just because you might be wrong without realizing and without wanting.
Thing to no, of course not, no, but no, it's just a short comment. I think we have to understand and accept that diversity is a natural phenomenon, so we have to accept it. It's happening, and we have to embrace it in all forms and all kinds. Yeah? And this is actually a way to see the progress. I've been also an expat for few years in Southeast Asia, and I saw the vibration, the speed which was happening in Southeast Asia was unbelievable for me coming from Romania. And this is thanks to diversity. And I understood, being there for a few years, what diversity means and what advantages can bring a diversity. So we do have today more than 24 nationalities in our company, and it should not be like a company strategy. You have to have 50% or whatever, so you don't, no, it should be a national process. And the acceptance should be a given. Thank you.
Well, we saw some nodding heads there. Well, I'm going to come back to you just for the final word, and I think really some words of advice. I think we're in good shape, aren't we? I don't think there's, as you illustrate. I do have a friend of mine, Romanian friend of mine, who actually went to India, and he went there about 8 years ago, and his English wasn't so strong, so he let's say he learned his English while he was in New Delhi. Now he speaks in English with a perfect Indian accent, and in Romanian with a perfect. Obviously, he's Romanian, but when he speaks English, I won't do the impression. But it's kind of strange. Juana, just final words from you, advice really on this. I think we're okay, but give us just a little bit of advice.
There is so much more to diversity and inclusion than being or not being judgmental. In fact, I'm going to give you with some statistics I think are relevant for the corporate sector. Companies who are in the top quartile for gender diversity score are actually like 25% more likely to be above average in terms of productivity and profitability. When we are talking about cultural diversity, the percentage goes up from 25 to 36. So it's not just a potential problem of discrimination, it's a potential problem of actually looking at what you can do to increase the productivity. You were all saying it's starting to go down after the pandemic. And there is an advice, you should start with diversity and inclusion policies and strategies. Some companies will be forced to do so in light of ECG requirements and reporting obligations, but it's just not those companies that have to do it. I would recommend it for everyone, and please keep in mind it's not an easy task to do. It's a strategy for many years to come.
Okay, so it's kind of shifting from a desirable to a necessity for organizations, commercially as well as ethically, basically. It's considered a non-negotiable. We all think it's a must-have, and many of the job candidates also believe it's a must-have at some point. Roxana, I have a quick word from you. Then
just quick to say that the most important thing is to identify the biases before we do anything else, because we all have biases and we're not conscious. So it's the unconscious bias. We have special trainings for all leaders to be able to identify the unconscious biases. I think that's important.
Okay, thank you. Haley, did you want to say a quick word?
On diversity and inclusion.
And you didn't give me a gift, but I will let you give me a quick word.
Well, yes, it's a process that should be continuing, an ongoing process. It needs buy-in from the top management up to the lowest levels. And being an ongoing project in order to become successful or efficient.
Okay, thank you very much. Georgiana, did you want to say so, or you just want to take that microphone home with you?
Yes,
I told you before
I thought you
about
wanted
stealing
all of us to
microphones.
say a final word. This is why I took it.
Okay. Do you want to say a quick word?
If there would be just like talking about ESG, that it needs to become a strategy, I think it's exactly the same, and the trends show that it's exactly the same with well-being. That needs to be the part of a company's strategy. It can't be only, it can't be separated. And I think now there are more and more resources in order to be able to measure that and how to apply it. Like you have, because you're mentioning health and safety. For health and safety, there is a new ISO that appeared in 2021, 45003, that says that a company well run, it's a company that measures and handles psychosocial risks, something that didn't exist before. So it's a trend and it's probably here to stay.
I can't leave you without a final word, can I? So.
Thank you. Well, I would say, yeah, some things are coming and they will become mandatory, but for embracing everything that we discussed here, it's essential to explain the why, you know, the purpose, that those things that are essential when defining, and not saying this is coming because it's imposed by the state or it's a new directive or something like this, because this is going to create, you know, a kind of...
So do it because it's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do,
Yeah.
and explain what does it mean the right thing to do, and how every one of us can contribute to this right thing to do.
Okay, and every one of us can benefit from it, not just the organisation. It's
Benefit,
an individual
influence,
benefit.
and
Thank you very much indeed. A round of applause for our panel. So we're going to take another quick break. Just take the time. So we'll say 12:45. I think give it an extra couple of minutes because we've overrun. But I just want to say thank you very much indeed for that. We're going to come after the break and we're going to get into a bit of HR, employer strategies, and also the impact of digital working in flexible workspace, which I think is, again, something that's becoming more and more of a challenge. So please come back. We'll be back at 12:45, and we'll do the final session. Then if you do come back, we're going to feed you. So it's not bad. We're actually going to give you food. So please come back, and we'll set off at 12:45. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time. In a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. The place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
Cum reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite? Facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Etos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brasov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the Planetary Defense Mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că-ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria, ești mai puternic decât crezi.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time. In a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. Place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite? Facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Atos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the Planetary Defense Mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că-ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria, ești mai puternic decât crezi.
What if dreamers never became doers? Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time. In a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. Place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
Okay, well, welcome back, and come on in. Thank you for coming back for the final session, where we're going to talk about HR and employer strategies, but also about differentiators as well. And I think that's important for us to sort of think about what makes us different from a competitor, for instance. So we're going to touch on that a little bit and talk about the impact in the second part of the session on impact of digital working and flexible workspace. So we're going to get some advice, some legal advice as well on what we should do, what we shouldn't do, etc. So I'd like to introduce our panel. We have Maria Boldar, who's the principal of Horvath, Romania. Welcome. Hope I pronounced your name correctly. I probably didn't. Catalin Roman, who's the senior associate with Kinstella. Catalin, good to see you again. Another old friend, Teodora Todoran, who's the PhD, I should add that, Associate VP, Learning and Development Lead, Europe and the Americas for vPro. Has your job title expanded since the last time we spoke? A little bit, yeah? And then we have Diana Misha, who's the HR Executive Director for OTP Bank. A warm welcome. And finally, at the end, we have Andrei Odorvets. I think that's correct, thank you. Head of Digital Workplace for Atos, Romania. So you're in Bucharest or in Timișoara? You're based? In Timișoara. In Timișoara. Okay, the whole lot. Okay, and again, final session, ladies and gentlemen, then we feed you. So please, any questions, put your hands in the air. I want to kick off, we kind of touched on it a little bit in terms of employee experience, and we've talked quite a lot about how we nurture and retain and everything. We're going to continue that a little bit. Excuse me. I'll try to stay alive to the end of the session. Diana, I'm going to come to you first, really about how do companies approach the employee engagement, loyalty and fresh insight to work process. But I want to expand the question, like I have with every question so far, in terms of the customer experience as well, and for everybody really, how important is that differentiator in the way that we conduct ourselves and what we do with our employees? How does that cascade and what is the power of that? But so kind of a couple of questions for you to start with.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me. I would start firstly to talk a little bit about the structure of HR team. Because, colleagues, people, companies who want to deal with culture, probably they found out by now that you need the proper structure, firstly, in place in order to, enable building the culture one wants. So, I don't think you will find in many HR teams a department, an area of activity that combines customer experience and employee experience. I had this idea, this vision that comes probably from my marketing background. I took over HR 6 years ago, so before that I used to work in advertising and marketing. And I went to my CEO and I told him, look, you cannot have satisfied customers until you have satisfied employees. So this starts in HR. And he listened to me and thought a little bit about it. It's very unusual to have customer experience in HR. But he decided to give it a shot. And 3 years later, I can tell you, this is a great idea to implement. Because, and we have this mantra, customer first, employees always. Yeah. Because if you really want to build a customer-centric culture, if you really want to have people in front who are, skilled, trained, aware about customer needs and understand how they need to behave, how they need to address, customer needs. This could start with recruitment. This could start with onboarding. This could start with, you know, training. Yeah, I'm very proud also to tell you that this year we participated in European, most, you know, prestigious European Customer Centricity Awards. And my team with our programs, they have been awarded with the winner of all winners. I have a brilliant team there, and the way, you know, they check, they measure, they insert nudges, if you want, in all the processes, it proved to be, you know, a very successful recipe. So, this is structure, yeah. Culture, as I said, it means, you know, from, of course, all the processes that embed knowledge and awareness about customer and employee experience, but also, of course, we need support from the leaders, the top management team, to all the people managers, yeah. This becomes even more important when we talk about employee experience, yeah. It is important to say that one of the 5 strategic objectives that the bank has in the last 2 years, it relates to employee well-being. And we measure this in annual engagement surveys. And we, you know, of course, we have good numbers and good results. But we look into details, and we go to that team, to that people manager, and we help them to develop, you know, action plans, and we help them to go through that actions. And it pays off. It's not an easy work, definitely, because, you know, we have 2,000 employees. But while I cannot promise the happiness to employees as employer, I committed when I joined HR that I will do to the best at my abilities to do not make them unhappy, yeah? And for this, the most important work we do, it is done with the board, with people managers, and we look at the processes at both ends. What we can do to build, to grow, and what we don't tolerate, yeah? Because this is also important to establish the boundaries. And toxic behaviors or harassments or bullying behaviors, these are not acceptable, yeah? And I have a policy, I have a, you know, framework, a legal framework to address this properly. But I'm telling you, we do not tolerate this. And we investigate and we go into disciplinary commission, and we had, you know, decisions to terminate the relationship in these cases.
Okay. Thank you. Theodora, I'm going to bring you in on this. Yeah, listening to Diana there, is the role of HR, will it still be called HR in 3 or 4 years' time to start with, but is the role of HR becoming more of a strategy than a service within an organization, and how does it work with vPro?
Thank you, Colin. Yeah, I think I loved very much what Diana just mentioned about, first of all, looking at the employee experience, the customer experience, and how do we segregate that, and how do we actually get there. So yeah, indeed, I'm part of the talent transformation, which is L&D, and HR is a separate function, and that's also a very interesting thing, how in vPro we have been designing departments for that. However, I think that HR is becoming more and more of that business partner than a function, an office where you just knock and you do some paperwork and whatever else. It's more of, as it sounds, partnering with the business to make sure that whatever the need is going to be addressed, whether it is a policy, it is a procedure, or just knowing where the pain lies and what can we do for that. Whether we talk about employee engagement, And that is a focus. There are calendars each and every month which are addressing the needs of we were talking about the Gen Z, and yes, they have different needs than what I would have. So that is being addressed, but I think at the end of the day, it's more about not how we are called, but just listening and putting a plan in action, just making sure that that feedback has reached the right teams. It could be HR, it could be their direct supervisor, it could be the facility management to just make sure that that pool table is working properly and everything is in place. So I think it's becoming more of an ecosystem and not an individual department to address a certain need.
Okay. Andre, we were talking about sort of on the customer experience. You're in a fairly digital environment. How important is the engagement of people as a USP? Can it be used out there in the market? Are we creating a differentiator for ourselves and moving away from sort of the task orientation, saying this is what we do, this is our product, this is our service, but actually bringing in that human element more? Is that happening, or should it be happening?
First of all, thank you for having me here.
Oh, you're welcome.
Then again, I suppose it's easier to talk about user experience in the IT field compared to other industries, which on one hand makes things easy, on the other hand requires a lot of creativity. Up until probably 2020, we were talking about, the classic was KPIs because they were mentioned, and the SLAs. Everyone knows about the service level agreements. Whereas it turned out that SLAs don't really mean anything for our people, then again for the customers as well, because they do not reflect the quality or the added value for the business. Hence, part of the recent brainstormings we've had is to come up with XLAs, which means experience level agreement. That, I mean, through an XLA, we try to capture the end user experience and design a service based on the feedback from the users. So up until, I mean, we were dreaming in the IT world, everyone was talking about standardizing, because standardized means optimized cost, lower cost, and so forth. Well, with COVID, this is wishful thinking. I mean, standard, wipe it out, it's all custom and full of flavors. That's it. So I suppose without end user input, starting end user meaning our own colleagues. We're fortunate enough in Atos to have and I'm part of a great team, for instance. But the main input comes from the people that are providing the service, because the first customer is actually the team providing the service. Luckily, out of Romania, we also operate and manage the infrastructure for Atos for more than 100,000 people globally. So if we don't change the approach and start from the user in defining and tailoring the services, then simply serving a service, it doesn't fly any longer. It's not enough. And the added value, because we were talking in the coffee breaks, IT was a business or part of the business before COVID. It was kind of a natural thing. Whereas after COVID hit, especially depending on the industry, manufacturing, they were rather tough. Kind of the impact was massive on some of the customers that we operate for. Turned out that IT became kind of a niche service or the cost-cutting area for a business. So in order to make it relevant, we need to talk about the added value of IT for the business.
Okay.
So the users are the ones giving the relevant feedback about the added value. Otherwise, we could come up with a solution, but it might not be the optimal one.
Okay, and the buyer habits are changing, I guess, because people are more into sort of, let's call it subscription type selling, meaning a long-term relationship, a service relationship, rather than the one-hit sale of things. So it affects the way you're approaching the business in a slightly more, to be digital and emotional was a tough job a few years ago. I guess it's happening now, though. So the people, you mentioned the people are part of the success, the USP.
Right. Yeah. And there's one more thing, the mindset change on customer side as well. Because we're not talking about providing a service, we're talking about true partnerships. Otherwise, it doesn't fly. And it's not about one company providing a service and the other company acquiring that service. It's about working together on finding the best solution for the business. That's it.
Okay. Maria, coming to you. I talked earlier on about sort of functionality versus individuals. Based on what Andre's saying there, is that something that's we're looking for advice for the audience here? That's something that we need to bring in more people. Maybe the face of the customer is changing. It used to be either the sales individual or a technical individual. Are we able now? Should we be courageous enough to bring more and more people in terms of that employee engagement, but also that customer engagement, so they're getting the emotion? Did that make sense? It's another one of Colin's questions, isn't it?
No. Let's answer spontaneously to this. So firstly, thanks for having me here. I mean, I work for Horvat and we're a management consulting company, so we have, let's say, the advantage of seeing both worlds. Yeah, firstly, internal, how are we making sure that our consultants are feeling empowered and engaged? But we also have the perspective of our customers, yeah, and all the projects that we're doing. Yeah, we have this performance increase motto that we're following. So, especially for consulting business, as it's a people's business, yeah, we always aim to ensure that our consultants feel that they're in a workplace where they have motivation, yeah, where their sense of purpose is achieved, but also have constant development opportunities, independent working, and so on. From the customer, and that's, I will tell you a bit later, maybe some of the initiatives that we're implementing, because it might be that, yeah, the audience feels inspired by them.
You can tell us now, it's okay.
Yes, but let me finish my two-way street. And from the customer perspective, for example, we're doing every year some studies with our CEOs, with the CFOs. And I have to say that the idea of a new risk emerged from our last study. It's not about inflation anymore. It's not about war in Ukraine anymore, supply chain disruptions or whatever. It's about the war for talents. Yeah. In our last study, 85% of the participants mentioned that the biggest risk that they see for the future business development is the shortage of skilled employees. And that, I think it's a red flag for, yeah, I would say all industries to take a look inside the organizations, yeah, and think about new ways of working, initiatives to inspire and to empower their employees, because at the end of the day, yeah, also coming back to what was said before, the fluctuation of personnel is a topic to be considered. And now to come back to the second question of examples, and I will give you maybe just one example. We rolled out a keynote series about strategic recovery. It's a very well-known speaker. His name is Chris Sorrell. He's training CEOs from around the world how to achieve a good night's sleep, yeah? What nutrition is bringing into to the employees, yeah. Micro breaks is also a topic that is now very intensively discussed with our clients, because it's about achieving a work-life balance, and in consulting maybe it's a topic that is more...
So what's a micro break?
Sorry?
What is a micro break? I can guess what it is, but give me the proper definition.
So it's firstly the deep sleep, yeah, the 8-hour sleep during the night and so on, yeah. The micro breaks are designed also when you have a long day at the work, yeah, to really be able to switch off, yeah, the topics that you're doing, or the calls, or the whatever initiatives, and really take like 15 or 30 minutes of really freezing, yeah, the professional activities that you're doing and really relaxing so that you can basically recharge, yeah, and achieve again the level of efficiency and concentration that you need.
Like an afternoon nap.
Like an afternoon nap, and also it's about linked. These micro breaks are also linked with the deep focus idea, yeah, because it's pointless that you sit at the office for, I don't know, 8 or 10 hours and you're not effective, you're not concentrating, you're Facebooking or doing something else, but it's rather from those 8 hours to achieve 4 or 6 hours of really efficient working, yeah, that it's value adding at the end, yeah. Okay. I will give you a few examples later for other
thank
initiatives.
You. Catherine, come to you, because I'm just going to pick up on that, not having afternoon naps, but just the engagement and the concentration and all the other words that we use. You know, I come from England 12 years ago, where it's a 9 till 5 office hours. So people left the office at 5, around about 5 o'clock. In fact, if I ever wanted to commit suicide, I'd just stand at the door at 5 o'clock and get trampled to death. But that was a different world, and it still is there. So people get home before 6 o'clock, and they've got young children, spend the time. And then I came to Romania, and I found this 6, and I'm still getting used to it. Is there something here as well in terms of productivity that maybe, what if I suggest we could all go home at 4 o'clock? Everybody, hey, what a great idea. But is there a seriousness here in terms of our ability, based on what you were saying there about needing that afternoon nap, I'll call it? And I have to confess, there has been 1 or 2 times, and Serena and Theodora don't repeat this, where I have popped downstairs to the car park, gone into the car, and just thought to myself, I'm just going to close my eyes for 10 minutes. And that 10 minutes turned into half an hour, but that's a secret, okay? Promise? But Catalina, on a serious note, is that part of employee engagement, is the work hours? I know in Scandinavia they're looking at, I think they've implemented in Finland a 4-day week, and it seems to be working. What is it on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Of course, there are some legal implications in all of the HR activities or HR-related activities, and in what regards also the overtime, the employers and the HR departments have to have a keen eye on making sure that the employees are not burning out, or they are observing the legal provisions related to the overtime. And nowadays, after the pandemics, it's quite a trendy subject right now, because before the pandemics, or when we were in the full scale of the pandemics, the employers thought that the productivity of the employees will go down as they were forced to work from home, and actually they observed the fact that the productivity was somewhere above average that they were used to, and that was for only some part of the pandemics. After a while, the productivity started also to get down. And following that, there is a European project at the European level on the right to disconnect of the employees. You know, so it's not actually a real enforced law, but there are a lot of discussions stating the fact that the employees have the right to disconnect after the working time ended for a specific day. Also, many European countries like France, Italy, Belgium had already implemented the right to disconnect of the employees. And actually, what is interesting is that before the pandemics, I know for a fact that, for example, in Germany, there was Mercedes that had in their internal regulation the right of the employees to disconnect, meaning that they had a provision, because they have a very strong union there, they had a provision stating the fact that during their annual leave, any kind of email that they receive, they can consider it as deleted, or that they didn't receive any kind of email. So that is quite interesting, because that's, I don't know, since the 80s or something. And also at Michelin level, there was a similar provision stating the fact that after 6 p.m., the employees have the right to disconnect and make sure that they have enough time with their families and enough resting time. So yeah, I would say that from an employment law and lawyer perspective, it's a serious aspect that the employers have to have in mind on this. And I would like just to have two remarks regarding the reskilling and upskilling, because recently there were some legal changes in Romania last week, I believe, stating the fact that the employers now have the obligation to inform and also comprise in the employment agreements the conditions and let's say the qualifications for the training, the professional trainings of the employees. So basically we are now talking about a right that is recognized for the employees and the employers have to grant. And also in relation to the reskilling, there is another right of the employees which is recognized by the law, stating the fact that now they have the right to ask the employers to change to a more favorable condition workplace for them. So basically it can be a reskilling or upskilling, because if there is an opening in your company, you have to answer to that request of the employee and come with let's say objective arguments for not providing him with that position. So yeah, I would say that HR and legal have to go hand in hand. And
is this a sort of Romania specific, or is it
no,
a trend across Europe?
Actually, this is a labor code new amendment, okay, specific for Romania, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would say that there are a lot of changes in what regards the labor code and employment law legislation in Romania nowadays.
Is there a danger of the practicalities being overwhelmed by the law? You know, in terms of a business being able to function properly. Actually, I'll come to Diana. I'll come back to you, Diana. You know, I know. I think it's in France where you cannot send. You're not supposed to send an email now after 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's many people, probably some people in the room today, thinking, "Oh my God, I've never functioned," because I do most of my emailing in the evenings. But is that Diana? Is that something that's sort of practical, or you know, would we resist that sort of thing? And going back to what you said about productivity, I think because when people are working from home, they don't have a switch off time. I know that I'm married to somebody who was, I think 1 o'clock this morning, I could hear the tapping of the keyboard downstairs. So I guess productivity did go up. And then the realization and the more of the sort of the health issues sort of stepped in, and it happened. I have no idea what my question is to you now, but on the just really on the legislation in terms of that 6 p.m. cutoff, let's say, is that realistic, and is that going to have an impact on companies' competitive advantage?
You know, I hope the companies do not build their competitive advantage based on extra working hours, you know, of their employees.
It could be flexible working hours, of course. So somebody could be starting work at
yes,
10 o'clock or
but
11.
Still respecting, you know, the 8-hour norm that we have. You know, as employer or as a shareholder, or, you know, or as a people manager, I don't want my people to be tired, to be burnt out. I want, you know, the best of them. Their contribution should be, you know, delivered in the best possible conditions for them. If they are tired, if they are too stressed, if they are, you know, feeling in the workplace that, you know, expectations, the environment expects from them too much or too difficult or too, you know, unfair sometimes, I would not, you know, personally prefer to work with a team that feels like that, you know. So I would rather, and this is what I am supporting in my company, but I would rather suggest to employers to find ways to, you know, organize the work in such a way, which means, of course, flexibility, 4 days working week, or 5 of 10 hours per day, or 5 days, 8 hours per day, you know. Let the people choose how they would prefer to work. This freedom, which is not, you know, such a big favor that we do to employees, this freedom pays a lot, pays back, you know, in loyalty, in, you know, considering that my career and my interests in my personal dreams could be fulfilled in this company. And I'm telling you, team, I think, is the new game we have to play. Team gets you farther than we can do it by ourselves, you know, individually. And team, in my view, right now should be a support system for each of us, yeah? And I think that the employers have to do the hard job, you know, to think how to provide this kind of workplace and climate and culture that brings the best in people and give them energy, not, you know, taking energy from them and people going drained at home, you know, trying to go through another day, you know, until the weekend comes.
So I guess the HR role is almost is transforming, really, I guess, into more of a almost a therapist in some ways. I could say to
I would rather go for a coaching approach.
Yeah, or a coach. Yeah.
Enabling, you know, a thinking process that builds, not therapy. Therapy, I think it's a very specific competence and it should be done, you know, outside of business.
To a certain extent, it should be, but it isn't, is it?
No, but by people who are trained for this. I don't want to, you know, do a pseudo therapy at work.
Yeah.
I'm not trained for that. I am trained, though, on the other hand, in coaching, executive coaching, and I am a partner in conversations, and I'm challenging and provoking the board team or other people, managers, to think deeper, you know, how we can do better for all of us.
Okay, just very quickly on this, Theodora, and then I'm going to change subject. Is just based on this, is it a stigma to be stressed? Is it still a stigma? So are we assuming that the many people are actually okay, maybe with hybrid working, etc., but underneath it, they're stressed out, but they're not coming forward and saying that because it may be seen as a weakness. Is that, you're nodding your head, so is that something that's...
I totally agree.
I'm not talking about yourself, by the way. But
No, I'm too passionate to get stressed. So, yeah, that's another thing, to really like your job, to really find that purpose, then you're good to go. But we are not all so lucky, unfortunately. So I want to touch upon what Georgiana mentioned in the previous session, because she's talking about the mental health, and that she sees more and more the CEO sitting at the table and discussing about this, and it's exactly what happens. So next week we have a mental health summit. Every single year we have that. Is the 1 in 4 summit. Actually, it's more than 1 in 4 people are suffering from some distress. And what we are trying to say is that to say that you're not fine, that's okay. But yes, it is a stigma still. So recently, I actually had a, Mondays are Mondays. And if you take them away, Tuesdays are going to become Mondays. So there's no way to go around that. So there are mornings where I'm okay to say to my team, I don't feel like working today. I'm tired. That doesn't mean I hate my job, doesn't mean I have no purpose. It's just I am tired, and that's fine. And they should know we are vulnerable, we are people, we need our sleep, the power breaks. 30 minutes it used to be a normal break, now it's a power break. That's strange, right? So I think it's okay to say that, but we are not there yet.
Yeah. I guess this was the therapy bit I was getting to. It's kind of like, yeah, my name is Colin and I'm an alcoholic. You know, that's the first part. That's the first stage. I'm not, by the way, but that's the first stage of the recovery, isn't it, or the mending, so to speak. Andre, I just wanted to talk about. We mentioned earlier on about unconscious bias in the workplace, and I'm kind of sort of thinking. And my experience is that. It's again it's the power. Somebody mentioned the middle manager earlier on, and I think they said middle manager, and there was a sense of irony in the way that they said middle manager, almost pointing the finger to say, you know, that's our challenge in terms of education and development and of people, is the middle managers. I mentioned the Maradona thing earlier on, that people, you know, find themselves in a middle management position, but without that structure there to support it. And with those, there is a question. With those, with that, on the conscious, the unconscious bias. Thank you. Do we find that people are I'll use the word prejudice. It's a strong word. When there isn't that sort of connection with the manager. And what I'm trying to say is that if you're a certain type of person, you tend to be drawn towards people similar to you. And is there a danger? And I do see that when I'm doing sort of consulting and working with people, I see departments, all the same type of people, and then even in restaurants, I see the waiters with the same approach or attitude as the manager, whether it's a good one or a bad one. Is that part of the unconscious bias in the workplace? And is our recruitment, the way that we recruit, is that something we should be looking at? You've got 2 questions there, or 3, or 4.
If I'm thinking, I suppose diversity comes in real handy for this topic. Hence, leadership comes with a great deal of responsibility. But it also comes with a strong connection, or with the need to be connected to reality. Because we might have a good idea, but it could be completely out of purpose for that specific business setup. Whereas diversity brings various ideas, out-of-the-box ideas. And I would add, just on top of what was just mentioned, I think we need to talk about excellence. For instance, talking about flexibility, jobs, working schedules, and all of that. One of the examples that I have from one of my guys was that he works best at 5 a.m. Who am I, for instance, to judge? Because as a business manager, quality is a paramount. We need to work, and that needs to be the end goal of any business. So if the guy has the courage and the openness to tell me that I'm the best version of me at 5 a.m., then I think it's our responsibility as business managers and leaders to make it happen somehow, be flexible. Because, Romania started overall as a low-cost country. That's far back. It was the case probably 20 years ago. Whereas nowadays it's about quality. Because there's competition in any industry, it's not just IT or whatever. Hence, thinking about quality means that we need to be flexible. And then there's a cultural thing. You were mentioning about the biases. It's always about, I can't talk to the manager. No matter what I do, the manager knows exactly, and he will anyways listen to me and then do as he wishes to do. For any sustainable business, and if we plan to do it in a smart, thinking mid to long term, that can no longer be the case. So either we learn fast, because as leaders and as managers, there's a learning cycle, a never-ending learning cycle as well. No one has the absolute truth. So get rid of the biases. We were talking about flexibility. Bias means stick to a certain pattern. And that's a dangerous area too. Or could be a comfort zone, but for sure, it cannot last for any longer.
Okay, okay, no, Diana, no.
Yeah, I can't help it, I have a comment. As long as we have brains working, we have biases, definitely, yeah. What I found working positively is to allow the time to reflect, to have a partner in reflecting over what happened, and, you know, working in iterations. And you know better than I do what does it mean, you know? Test, experience, improve. Test, experience, improve. Collect feedback, very important. We are blindsided many times, yeah? Biases will always be there. Question is, how do we grow ourselves to, you know, to be aware of them, to manage them better, to recover after we have been triggered and we have been even, you know, in a bad day when I am tired, I might lose it. Yeah. So, but going back the second day to that person and you know, being absolutely honest about what happened, understanding and trying to go to a better place together, I find this, you know, very important for leaders to be aware of.
Okay, Kathleen?
I just have only something to add. I think that...
You're going to give us some legal advice, aren't you? I can see it, that look in your eye.
Yeah, of course, always. But I think that these conclusions are also available, must be considered also by the legislator, because coming to flexibility, like working at 5 a.m. or 2 a.m. or 12 a.m., it comes with some effects from a legal side, whether or not there is a night worker or whether or not there are some health and safety issues that the employer have to take into consideration. So as an employment law lawyer, I'm very open to this kind of solutions, and I try always to find some solutions for our clients, because I consider that the HR comes with a lot of great ideas which need to be implemented in a legal way. and for that,
see, that's therapy.
Yeah, and for that we have to make the legislator aware of the market needs. And I'm talking about, let's say, do you remember if at the beginning of teleworking, there was an obligation for the employers to provide in the employment agreement the exact working places for the teleworker. After the pandemics, the legislator came to the conclusion that that's not a real obligation or a real necessity to have in the employment agreements. And after the pandemics, that obligation disappeared. And nowadays, we can just mention the fact that the employees are working also by teleworking. So, yeah, this is something for the legislator as well to take into consideration.
Okay. And just going back to what you said, Andre, I think what you were really saying there was that we need to create our business strategy more around the people and accommodate how they want to work. And yeah, I do know people who prefer to work at 4 o'clock in the morning, etc. So maybe that's the tip, isn't it? Is really build your business strategy more around your people than the functionality that they do. Is that what you're...
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, that's the case.
Okay. A final thing on this subject, and with all of this going on, it's the performance indicators. You know, how do we... So we're doing all the right things. I think it's an employee's world. I think we can say that there's lots of nice things going on and lots of gifts, and I do worry that, like I said, with the child, you give them the gift every week, you know, the birthday present doesn't become so important anymore. There is a limit to what an employer can provide, but what do they want in return? I guess it is the performance. And really the question is about how can you measure, or how do we measure the performance of an individual? Did you want to say that?
Actually, not. I wanted to give my thought on the last thing, because it's of course creating for the employees this safe and work environment where they feel, let's say, empowered. But I think the key to it is to create it together with the employees. It shouldn't come top down. Yes, I have, I don't know, the head of the team or the head of the department, he's creating that. No, from my experience, it's about creating it bottom up together with the employees so that they really feel they contribute to this, we call it change story, yeah? basically it's always this transformation that you're going, depending on the factors, of course. But if you create it top down for your team, it's not going to work out. Yeah, it needs to come from bottom to up. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is that the key, Andre?
This is my experience.
Your business.
In a very recent conversation, you know, when you do the reviews with the team, they just say, I've done this, I've done that, and then you have all the numbers and performance. But then recently they started asking, so what are you doing? So I said, oh my God, that's so cool. So I never thought that actually I should also have my own report in that review. So why only question the people around me, what and how and KPIs and SRA? So that has now changed, and the sense of belonging, because we were also talking about that, at least for a limited team, I can say that the entire vibe has changed, because now they also know, so she's always busy, but what is she doing really? So knowing that, it's a different thing. It makes sense with their job, with my job, with our interaction. So that also, I think, is the bottom up. It's a very generic and nice concept, but then how do we actually do it so that it's specific and working for that team, whatever that structure and the context would be?
And if I can maybe add to that, we were talking also before about leadership and what leaders are doing and so on. But in my opinion, the first stage of this agile, this was our also a buzzword here. The first stage is how I'm leading myself before I'm going to lead teams, and see what priorities and purpose I give. Firstly, it's also about self-reflecting as an employee, because also managers and leaders are at the end employees of that company. It's about leading myself, self-reflecting if my needs, if my values, if my purpose is really the right one. And also very important, in my opinion, is the entire networking idea, because also leaders need to have a sparring partner and need to also have, let's say, different people in the organization that can challenge them, and then also reflect that for their teams. So it's often neglected, this self-reflection perspective on myself, even if I'm a new employee or I'm the CEO or I'm the whatever head of department. It's mainly first, what is my team doing? How am I improving their performance? But this self-reflection, I think, has been a topic that was missed.
Okay. Andrea, we're going to go into the second part, but you can say what you were going to say, but I'm going to add a question for you as well. But we're going to move into the impact of digital working and flexible workspace, etc. So what? And really, the question is: if future work hinges on putting together a good hybrid workplace model. What is the favorite model in your company is the question, but what is the model? Because I think everybody in the room, that everybody's working in a different thing. It's either an individual's choice or a departmental choice or a company choice. Make your comment first and then answer the.
Just to add on the performance, I think it all starts with the self-evaluation. One of the things, talking about biases, was that in all companies we have a standard set of targets, everyone receives them, and then the key question, when each of our colleagues needs to start with the self-evaluation, the key question is, did I do well or not? So the starting point in creating a performance type of environment is making sure we create purpose, so that it all starts with the employee. As long as each and every one of us are capable at the end of the year, for instance, to say, I did good or not, then that's where it starts. If it's not clear, then how can anyone else judge whether or not the employee was a top-notch performer or not? It's kind of subjective, or, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think the purpose, first of all, full clarity on that, so that each individual knows exactly what is expected and what he or she needs to do to check all the boxes.
But is that working? Because it's kind of not a paradox, but we're talking about making the employee motivated and loyal and all those wonderful things. Yet we're seeing this great resignation. I hate the phrase, but we're seeing people not loyal, let's say, rather than leaving a company, maybe not loyal to that company. They're kind of, just doing the job, but not with the passion and the extra mile. So is there a danger here that we're putting all the emphasis there and we're not really getting, as organizations, not really getting something in return?
I'd say it was a danger, like up until 2021. So we had 1 year of bouncing around, not knowing exactly what to do. We're still in a discovery phase. But then again, we had to step up the game and understand exactly what we need to do as a company to avoid this big resignation. Or one of the feedbacks, I usually tend to spend time in the exit interviews, especially with the seniors. And unfortunately, especially after the COVID hit and we all went home, one of the main feedbacks was that I feel more as an ID than a valued employee. So that gave me a little bit of food for thought, and that's where we started discussing together with the team and then putting up the wheels in motion to try and revive a little bit the approach towards the employees. Because we didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, usually we've discussed during the coffee break again about current mode of operation, intermediate and future. There's usually a plan. Well, from CMO to IMO, it happened on a Tuesday, and that was it. I doubt that anyone was properly prepared to deal with it. So there was a discovery phase. We had to learn quickly, and kind of tailored the way we manage the teams and the environment to get the best out of it.
Okay.
And then talking about hybrid work. For the IT industry, this is hybrid work. I can work right here, so it's easy. It's rather challenging for the manufacturing industry, finance. How can you deal with it if you're not in the bank, for instance? And I'll just say this, and then I'll pass it on. We as employee, it was mentioned in the first panel that this kind of educational system does not provide enough knowledge for the companies. So we have this responsibility to build knowledge and grow people from the beginning, debuts, graduates, all sorts. So talking about hybrid workplace, I think it needs to be split very clearly into two dimensions. Seniors, people that can run autonomously, and then the juniors that need to be in the office to learn to work, because it's not about teaching the technical skills. We're talking about teamwork. Teamwork is not as easy as it sounds. Teamwork requires effort, requires compromise, requires understanding the typologies, the various characters. It's not just like God-given. From now on, you three are a team and that's it, that solves it. No, it requires spending time together. So hybrid work, I think it needs to be split down into two. The juniors need to spend a little bit of time until they get up to speed in the office to understand how things run. And then the seniors can work. I don't like home office. And I think we can all agree we were not built for home office, with minor exceptions, of course. So it's not about the socializing per se, but I've seen the feedbacks from the customer visits. 2 years we were lacking customer visits because that was the default. Then again, this year it was full of visits. And we encourage the customers to visit our premises, to get to know the teams. And it's about, again, and I go back to the excellence. It's nice to socialize, get together, but what the customers need is the assurance that their business is safe and they can focus on the business while IT works properly in the background.
Okay, and I'm going to come to Theodora in a moment, but I'm going to ask Diana a question. But Theodora, you can prepare yourself, because I'm going to talk about put your seatbelt on. Talk about this kind of, Romania is particularly in the business services industry here. The average age is relatively young compared with other countries. And my question is, I'm kind of being the devil's advocate. I'm going back to this thing, and it's not my opinion, but it's a concern that we're giving so much. when young people still need almost parenting within an organisation. We could call it coaching, we can call it mentoring, but at the end of the day, it could almost be parenting as well. So maybe we're asking people to make fundamental decisions that could have a negative impact going forward in the future. And I'm going to ask Theodora to come to that. Diana, I'm going to talk about just about the hybrid side of it. Is there a danger of a intercompany social divide? Let me explain what I mean. That there's you're in an industry where there's people who cannot work hybrid because they have to be there at the counter to serve customers, and their colleagues are working from home. Is there a danger within organizations that becomes a them and us, not just the job function, but sometimes people's ability or seniority to work from home is much easier because they have the space, they have a spare room that they can lock themselves away and have an office or a garden they can sit in and relax, whereas their colleagues maybe don't have that. So is that are we in danger of creating division within, or how are you seeing it within the banking industry?
Well, definitely, it is a big difference between colleagues who are working in branches, in territorial units, and the people who are working in head offices or in regional centers. But, as I said, I am a big fan of open discussions and conversations, and we put it on the table with our colleagues, and we ask them, look, this is the situation, this is the reality, yeah? What could be, because you cannot work in a hybrid mode or a home office, what could be okay for you to get in return to understand that you are also important for us? So we have this kind of conversations, and we extract from them, ideas and what they really need. There are two questions which are, I think, paramount to build communication. What is your need? Really, what is your need? And helping you, get rid of political answers. How can I help you? This is the second one. And I think these are most important questions for leaders to address whenever they don't have an answer. I mean, leaders have this pressure, I have to know everything in any moment, I am who I am. And I cannot be caught not knowing. I think not knowing, actually, it's a great opportunity to learn, to hear the other, the other person, to gain perspective and including it into, your practice as a leader. So it is in the conversation that we can bring the people together, integrate their different, situations, activities, needs and views. It is, of course, more difficult, but it comes with the package.
Katalin, is there a prejudice issue here that people are not allowed to work from home, and that is there legislative rumblings with this subject?
I would say that it's not a legal, let's say, concern, because it comes to the position itself. It's a requirement of that position. So it's like the litigation lawyers. I'm also a litigation lawyer, so I have to go to the courts, I'm not like my only colleagues that are making only counseling the clients, and they can do that from their home. Okay. I have to go to the court. So I would not say that this is a legal issue, and it will be a natural division between people, because at the end of the day, each of us can tell of themselves how they prefer to work, working with the public, working in the production sector, and at the end of the day, it only will make it clear for ourselves, and we will know better of ourselves. So I would not say that it's necessarily a legal issue.
Okay. Theodora, going to you, you've had plenty of time now to think about my question, and I want to be sort of almost controversial with this. The question is are we as employers, are we just giving too much, and the consequences of that could be felt in 1 or 2 years as people are not able to, we're asking young people to make decisions about their lives, but also about their careers and their success going forward. Are they going to find that we're actually secretly delaying their acceleration in their careers?
So I'm just trying to focus back on the first one where you were touching upon the parenting part and what do we do with that? And I think it's with the analogy of how do you educate, whether you talk about your kids, whether you talk about the personal life that we have. So you cannot apply one technique on everyone just because they are in the growing phase. You need to understand what each and every one of them needs. So I think that the one differentiator, and even when I would select someone in the team, I would not look at the skills that they have, but the attitude that they bring, skills they can learn after that. So there may be people which are in the growing path, which can just pick it up on the go, and you just guide them, listen, and I like that thing, be listening to them and actually understanding what they need and focusing on the person. And others may not only that they don't want to grow, but I don't know what's missing there, because it's not, the brain and the capacity. I think it's the attitude. They just need to be checked, followed up. There's no movement if there's not anyone saying, okay, have you done that? Have you done that? And then simply asking, what else do you need? What are the resources? How can I empower you so that I don't need to become your secretary into checking if you've done your job? So I think it's a mix of everything. And the tricky part is, how do you become a different version of yourself, adapted to each one in front of you? It's not easy, but I think it's very challenging, and at the same time it keeps you alive somehow, just to be on the spot on whatever needs to be offered there.
Okay. Yeah. So we should at least give people that personal choice about their career. Some people are not happy where they are and are not looking to progress, and other people are very ambitious, but we need to accommodate. I was on the way this morning. There was a guy. I was at the traffic lights, or there was a roadworks, and there was a guy digging a hole, and I was looking at him thinking, you don't realize how lucky you are, because you just dig that hole, and then you go home and you don't get an email after 6 o'clock in the evening. You go home, you have your wonderful time with your children and your families and everything else. So I guess is finding that little Shangri-La, I think, for everybody. Okay, coming to the sort of final bit is really 2 points for everybody. Really is about where you see this evolving, because I think we've had conversations 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and we've kind of agreed that it's continually changing. How do you see it in the next couple of years in terms of this sort of hybrid workplace? And also, what advice would you give to the audience in terms of how they manage that going forward? A little tip.
I can give you from my perspective, because in consulting we're anyways a lot on the road, especially at clients doing projects on site. So for us, when this COVID came, I personally was in Croatia for a project, and from one day to the other I didn't have the workshop on site but in the hotel room. So in consulting, this hybrid was also something that we lived even before. Now what we implemented exactly to bring in this work-life balance is it's the rule 2-2-1, we call it. 2 days at the client, 2 days at the office, and 1 day at home. Of course, it depends on particular situations, but I think, each organization or even each team, needs to figure out the rule that is working best. I personally, during the pandemics, went to the office because I wanted to separate, the two, let's say, two lives, the personal one and the professional one. So even if the rule was stay at home, I went to the office because I wanted to have time to reflect I also have 2 children. It wasn't easy, but still I wanted to separate. And I see this trend of coming back to the office. Most of my clients now are somehow in this gray area where they don't know how to react. Should I cancel this rule? Should I invite them all back? I think it's this adjustment phase that is going on now. Again, depending on the industry, because of course in production you cannot say everybody is working from home. But this flexibility and I think this adaptability to the needs of the people, to the priorities that you have, I think it's going also for the future. But I don't see a future where everybody is working from homes or from islands, exotic islands or whatever. I don't see that. I see it's about balancing,
Okay. So the I guess there's physical indicators. We're seeing more and more traffic on the road, so I'm guessing that more and more people are going back to the office. But there's a personal indicator that you're getting that life-work balance. I think that's what you're saying is the key to it. My personal indicator is my golf game. If my golf game is improving, which it is now, I know I'm getting a life-work balance. But that's my own personal. But maybe that's it. Maybe that's how we should measure it, by personal things. You know, do we stop going home and kicking the cat, or do we go home and we sit there and like? No offence to any cat owners in the audience. Katalin, what's your thoughts and advice?
Personally, I love the Friday's traffic right now in Bucharest, so I think it's a clear indicator to the fact that most of the employers implemented the hybrid working system, meaning that part of the employees are going and working from home several days a week, and as my colleague also mentioned the fact this is a hybrid system. So basically we are now in the old new, you know, the new that we were talking about the years ago. So I think that it comes to this kind of working system right now, and I think that the employers will have to make, as Raluca said from Cognizant, the working place a social place for the employees. So basically, this is the end of this. You know, the employees will come to the office to socialize and to create teams. And based on that, they can also work from home or any other place on this planet. You know? Okay.
Yeah. There's a statistic in the UK, I think 24% of long-term relationships or marriages start at the workplace. So I guess that's something to think about as well. Theodora.
For us, it was recently given kind of a recommendation to have mid-level management and above coming to office 3 times a week, but nobody said for how long. Lucky enough, right? You just come, check in, have a coffee, go home. No, I'm kidding, but definitely there is the wish of coming back, slowly coming back to office and kind of setting the example. However, the other part of the organization, where the density of the population lies, is not really so much ready to come back to office, and some of the employees even expressed, if I have to come back to office, I'll resign. Others are saying, I need the employer to tell me, do I come to office or should I stay home? Don't let me choose, because, but then if you give them the instruction, they're unhappy, so it's a very complicated thing. For Romania, I would say we are open to start working halfway, but we are not there yet. Yeah. Globally, and especially where we have a lot of our colleagues in India and in other regions, they tend to be more in office than we are as Wipro Romania. But it's heading there, slowly still.
I think the commute is a big factor in Bucharest, isn't it? Especially like this week is a completely different city because the kids are on holiday.
But back to your point, Colin, with the traffic, you can see that it's quite heavy. It's in the morning, but the 6 o'clock traffic is not like it used to be. So people are coming to office pretty much around the same time, but they are not leaving around the same time. The evening traffic is different. That's
true.
Yeah.
Well, I've got this theory that if we everybody sent their children to an island to be educated, we would have better traffic controlling. No, I won't go down that road. Diana.
Okay, officially we have it in the internal regulation, it's hybrid work. This is the structure offered to us, yeah, to use it since March, I think, when all the emergency state were cancelled. But in my communication to the organization, I told them minimum 1 day per week in the office. Why? Because I have all kind of preferences, and again, with 2,000 employees, it's very difficult to address, individually. So we have risk and IT people, they prefer to stay at home more than people in sales who need more, contact, social contact, and so on. But this is, the general information. What we do in addition is to work with people managers again and help them to understand how they can engage people in coming together, not every day, but from time to time in the office. Why? Because, it's not only about socializing at the office, it's also about working together. What I found it, worrying in a little bit during this, physical distance way of interacting is that we lost trust. Trust diminishes when we are not close together physically. And in the teams, I have this new obsession, team, how do we work together better? Trust is a key, it's an essential element, yeah? And in performance, just one mention, team objectives, team rewards. I think, and I want to go to evolve towards this kind of, performance management system, because individually, I have people in the bank who don't know how to articulate the purpose for themselves. And this is a reality. They don't know, they don't understand. But together in a team, facilitated by the leader, to have a team purpose, to understand who are your stakeholders, who do you serve actually, what you need to provide, it's easier to have an idea and to educate myself on how to understand my contribution to the team results. I will stop because I will talk too much about it.
And Andre, no pressure, but you've got to finish it off with the most wise words of the day.
Right. There's one thing that we haven't addressed today, because we've spoken about flexibility. In the service area, it's quite easy to talk about flexibility. People hiring, body leasing, various business models. But real estate is one of the areas where we definitely, as a business, will need support and flexibility. Because, as a random example, if today I get a project for 6 months where I need to hire 50 people and I need an office for those 6 months, it's either not possible, because we live in Romania, that's one of the default statements, cannot be done. And then you start discussing and you find out it can be done, but at a cost that brings the business case into a negative margin. So real estate for sure needs to step up a little bit, keep up the pace to accommodate the businesses and the dynamics of the economic environment. I mean, there's nothing, no one talks about leasing an office for 5 years. That's not
it's
a
not
reality.
practical for many companies.
No. Because thinking about this hybrid workplace, maybe 1 year you need kind of like 100 square meters of offices, the next 6 months 200, and then go back to 50. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for sure, real estate is one of the areas where each business expects a little bit of, I say, let's just start with it and see where it goes. But I think there's a book that I really like, not the book itself, but the idea, The Infinite Game by Simon Sinek. Well, nowadays we're all planning from quarter to quarter because that's what COVID did. No one talks about 3 to 5 year strategies. But being prepared for whatever will be the key to success, I think.
Yep. Well, you did well. You did well. The wise words, the wise words. Thank you so much to my esteemed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our panel. Thank you so much. Thank you to Your Highness, Mirella, for everything again. I hope it's been enjoyable. I'm going to pass over. Mirella's going to say a few words, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you for the engagement and all of the the wisdom that's been shared today. I think there's food awaiting everybody. But before that, Your Royal Highness, please, a few words.
Thank you, Colin, and I want to thank you to all our panelists and of course to you and our partners. And the next event on HR will be in next February, Belonging at Work, and see you then. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Photograph, I think. Yeah.
Never became doers. Where would we be if limits were never tested? Who says we shouldn't challenge what's possible? Or leap without looking? What if humanity's biggest questions were inspired by one thing? The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. What's your ambition?
Sunny, special, and satisfying. Or as we like to call it, just another working day for Cosmin. Brimming with the latest mobility technology and a desire for a better quality of life, the place seems to have brought the future and present at the same point in time. In a world that reflects the way people think and work, connected and focused. Developing solutions for the future of mobility is the main priority here, and as a software engineer, Cosmin is passionate about finding new options. No matter if we are talking about automated, electric, or connected mobility solutions, or about the latest sensor technologies, electric powertrains, or engine control units, software engineers like Cosmin work hand in hand with hardware and reliability engineers to develop safe and inspiring products. The place where everything comes to life, not waiting for the future to come, but bringing it into the present, the Bosch way. The constant synergies between development and production make it vital to have part of the team located at the Bosch Cluj plant. Because a team is only as valuable as its members, each and every one of them. Satisfied with today's work, always prepared for what tomorrow brings.
reușim să avem o super dobândă la depozite, facem economii la altele. Cum ar fi această reclamă? Mai scurtă, fără vedete, alb-negru, notează acum. S-ar putea să nu mai vezi a doua oară. La OTP Bank ai până la 8% dobândă la depozitul în lei. OTP Bank. Mai calculat, mai relaxat.
With a 10-year history in Romania, Atos has a presence in 4 of the largest and most important cities: Bucharest, Timișoara, Brașov, Cluj, where more than 2,700 Atos employees work. Capitalizing on Romania's growing prominence in digital services, our global delivery center in Romania provides cutting-edge, best-in-class, end-to-end digital services for more than 300 customers across the globe. Atos in Romania delivers the entire range of our services, including cloud solutions, application hosting, network and data center services, communication and collaboration, workplace and service desk, and big data and cybersecurity. We also developed the Customer at Heart program to support our customer obsession and help our delivery teams provide the highest levels of client service. Atos's team from Brașov has been working for many years with the European Space Agency, including important new work on the Planetary Defense Mission. We are also the worldwide IT partner of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and our experts in Romania play a major role. From cloud to cybersecurity, from stadiums to space, we promote social values, improved ways of working, well-being, diversity, and inclusion. Our goal is to keep the momentum going and remain the employer of choice in our marketplace.
Mama mea s-a luptat cu un balaur. Era mare și rău și fioros, dar ea nu era singură. Așa că a zis, stai că-ți arătăm noi ție. A prins puteri, s-a luat la trântă cu el și l-a învins.
Curajul tău și medicina extraordinară pot învinge. Regina Maria, ești mai puternic decât crezi.